Who has been there for us time and time again? It has been our local communities. When you're playing for your local hockey team, who's the one to sponsor you? It's the Tim Hortons and you have the Timbits on the back of the jersey. Who's the one where you go to afterwards for a slice of pizza? It's that local mom and dad pizza shop. And when you're running late to the bus stop, who's there to slow down and wait for you? The bus driver. And he asks you, why are we late again this morning? It is those in our local community that we're here to protect today, and this is why side government is so proud to propose this motion. Be it resolved that Canada imposes an additional tax on workers who work from home in order to support our local communities. I'm going to be doing 3 things for us today. I'm firstly going to be providing the model of today's debate. Secondly, providing a burden to side opposition. And then thirdly, going into our constructives of today's debate. Our 2 key points that we're going to be bringing forth to you in our constructive is the first one is harms for community, and our second speaker is going to come and talk about the harms to the Canadian economy. So firstly, I want to begin with the model for today's debate. Why are we here today? It is because we want Canadians to be immersed back into their communities. We realize that the government has been losing revenue on taxpayer dollars that gives back to our communities, and it's important that we take a stance now and are ready to respond. What we see in society today that is going to occur is we see 2 potential scenarios that can happen, and we as government want to be ready to respond. So let me walk through these 2 scenarios we'll see and how they develop into our model. Our first scenario we see today is workers have the option to go to work in the office, or the option to work at home. When you have that option to go in the office, but yet you choose to work at home, we're choosing to tax you based upon your income bracket. What this means is we're going to have a tax around 5 to 10%. The full amount will be based upon your income, but for an example, the highest amount you can get is 10%, and this would be for the highest top bracket of $1,500 would get that 10% of a tax income on them. So we see that in the first scenario today of those workers being taxed. But then the second scenario we see in the economy today is companies that are going fully remote. And this is where workers are not given the choice to go into the office, but yet are fully working from home. And these workers who don't have a choice, we're not taxing them individually, but yet these are classified under taxed by the company. For an example of why we're doing this is who we can see doing this. Let's look at the San Francisco tech company. San Francisco is now becoming a ghost town because companies are moving out, forcing their workers from coming from home and leaving their communities vulnerable. So now that we've established the model of today's debate and the parameters of why we need to only tax those individuals, I want to propose the burden here today. But before I dump into the burden, I will take your point of clarification.
So if someone works from home only 10% of their working hours, are they also subject to this tax under your model?
You will be subject to 10% of that revenue that you work from home. Yes, if you choose to work as a hybrid model, charge of you will be charged. It's those that choose to work from home when you can go in. So furthermore, we are providing a burden here today of how they need to prove how they're going to make cities and our communities better place. And what we're doing is we are being proactive, promoting this motion, and ready to respond to the communities today. So this dives me into my first constructive point today of the harms of the communities and where they're facing and why we need to give back to them and ensure that this tax goes through. So let's look at this scenario right now. Who are the workers working from home right now? The workers that are working from home are the upper middle class business professionals. These are the individuals with disposable income to give back to the community. These are the individuals that are going during their coffee breaks, going to support that local community, to get that coffee shop or walk past the window streets and see an item to support that community. But those who don't have a choice and that are going to work and that are facing the burdens of the high inflation in today's society, these are the lower middle class individuals. These are your caretakers, the individuals that are going to your grandparents' home, helping them throughout the day. These are your automotive workers, the ones that are going into the shops to making sure our cars are running well. And these are our grocery store workers, the essential workers. These are the individuals that don't have the ability to fight this inflation increase. So as we can see here, there's an analysis of those upper class middle individuals can afford this small tax burden, whereas we need to protect those individuals that cannot afford this increase in inflation rate. But yet you seem to disagree.
Do you understand that the people that you're talking about, like pizza workers and Tim Hortons workers, under the status quo, this policy is not yet put in place, but we don't see pizza delivery people going online? How is that?
What we are here to do is to protect the community. We are here to respond because we see where society is going, and that is why we need to be prepared. So furthermore, this leads me into our point of what is happening in society is that there's less people spending in the community. There's less people giving back, and that's the issue, and that's the root cause of why we need this taxation to go in place to ensure that citizens are better off. And what is the impact when we have less spending? It is that our communities don't thrive from it. Let's look at an example here, all of us at JDC West. When it was remote, those were not able to give back to the community. But now, being the opportunity of all of us being here in person, we can give back to the community. We can go to that local pub, Hudson Bay, participate in the bingo night. That is what we're here to do. We're here to be immersed in the community and to give back to those to ensure that we are prosperous. But what also happens when there's less people in the communities, or especially the downtown, we can see that as the ghost town, such as San Francisco, but also when there's less people around in a community, the crime increases. More people feel that they're available to get away with things, and that is an issue that we need to stop from happening. We want to encourage people to go back into the offices so crimes do not continue to increase. But what we're also seeing with those not giving back to the community, there's issues of many local businesses closing, and that we're not okay with. Those local communities that have been there for us time and time again. It is our opportunity now to respond, be proactive, and ensure that they are safe, that their incomes are safe, and that people's careers are safe and their jobs are safe, and those don't continue to face the burden of the lower middle class, that we are not putting the further burden of inflation on them. So furthermore, what have I done for us today? I've proposed the model of where we see the two scenarios going in today's society and why we need to respond and ensure this motion go at hand. I've provided the burden here that we're here to make communities and our cities a better place, and that is what we're doing on side government, and side oppositions needs to defend this burden and propose why they're going to do that. And I brought forth our first point today of why there's harms to communities and why we need to react now more than ever. That is why on side government, I am so proud to propose this motion. Thank you.
In our world today, we give single mothers raising 2 children who barely have any time to go to work the ability to access the career of their dreams. In our world today, we give someone sitting in a wheelchair the ability to access the career of their dreams because they don't need to make the 1.5-hour-long uncomfortable commute on public transit. In our world today, we give people suffering from social anxiety the ability to work in solitude in an environment that benefits them best to make sure that their work is efficient and of high quality. In our world today, we give people the option to work from home. And it is because we on side opposition stand so strongly for this freedom, for this option, that we're so proud to oppose a motion that states, be it resolved, that Canada impose an additional tax on workers who work from home. Good evening, our wonderful audience, honorable panel, and our worthy opponents. My name is Yashwant Kaddi-Reddy, and I am the leader of the opposition in today's debate. In my speech for you today, I'm going to be doing a few things. Firstly, I'm going to go through some refutation of side government's points. I'll then go into our first 2 constructive arguments dealing with how this motion, if passed, limits accessibility for many to access careers. And secondly, how this affects individual productivity as well as individual job satisfaction. But firstly, some lines of refutation for you. So what we heard out of the Prime Minister's speech was that if not passed, we see a huge harm to the community on our side of the house. We see that they argue that people have the option, right? Well, when I clarify that word option, they said, to work from home. So they do so, taking away from the community around them. We want to clarify, first of all, as I'll go into in my first speech, that a lot of people don't have this option. As I mentioned in my introduction, there are so many people who simply are forced to work from home because of medical issues, because of physical disabilities, and because of many situations as such. So we need to clarify, again, that it is not an option for a lot of people. They also said that outside the realm of their debate is companies that go entirely remote and that they're not going to tax these individuals because they didn't have the option. Now, just to touch on that, we want to clarify that this is not exactly common. We don't see a lot of companies going fully online. And besides that, right, even if we did see a lot of companies going online, it's kind of outside the realm of this debate. So we kind of touch on that way. They also mention, near the end of this first argument, that we take away from the community by people, not going to hockey games or playing bingo and all these other wonderful activities they mention, right? Well, we want to clarify that these are recreational, outside of work activities. Working from home does not inhibit your ability to go to your kid's hockey game. It doesn't inhibit your ability to play bingo on a Sunday. We don't see this as mutually exclusive, so we don't see that point standing on our side of the house. They also mention people like caretakers, automotive workers, pizza delivery people who can't fight inflation. And apparently people who work from home can fight inflation, so they should be taxed, right? Rich people should be taxed. Again, people who work from home are not all rich. We don't understand where this notion comes from. We don't understand why they're claiming that a lot of people who work from home are wealthy, because as I mentioned in my introduction, everybody is struggling, including people working from home. We want to clarify again that this debate should be focused on high-skilled workers who either have the option to work in person or online, not on these pizza delivery people who, frankly, have to work in person. I'm not sure how you send a pizza delivery through the internet. But again, we thank side government for those points. I will take your POI before I move on to my constructive.
Speaker, why does the nurse that takes public transit to work will face the increase in transportation costs because people are working from home? Why does she solely just bear the burden of inflation?
Okay, well, even if that point does stand, which I don't believe it does, why should the person in the wheelchair who has to take public transportation to access Simple Care face the burden of the tax that your side plans to impose on them, right? We can go back and forth on this all day. All right, now to move into my constructive argument dealing with how this limits accessibility to careers. So what we see in the status quo is that there are certain conditions that persuade people from working in person, right? We have people with physical disabilities, people with mental health disorders, people with specific familial arrangements, right? Like the single mother I brought up in my introduction. The common denominator between all of these people is that it is beyond their control whether or not they work in person, and therefore is not a privilege. So in principle, we say that when people are persuaded by these uncontrollable events, how are we able to principally tax them? People who were born with a certain physical deformity, who are not able to access the careers of their dreams, why should we tax these people when they did not choose to work from home, right? So we want to clarify that for many people, again, it is not a choice. I gave you an example in my introduction, a single mom who's working with 2 kids who now is able to access economic mobility because she can work that high-paying corporate job or even middle-class income job from home that she otherwise wouldn't have the work-life balance to be able to work. So what's the main impact of this, right, that we see out of side government? We see that people are coerced into working in offices, limiting their accessibility and limiting their economic mobility, keeping the poorest of our community poor, right? Limiting their ability to access the jobs that they so rightfully deserve. What we say on side opposition is that by not taxing these people, not at this time, people can choose the working situation that is best for them, making the decision that is best for them and their family. Now to move to my second constructive argument, dealing with how this motion affects individual productivity and job satisfaction. Once again, in the status quo, research shows that certain jobs have way more productivity when they work from home. We see this not right now, we see this in careers like software engineering and web development, where a lot of these high technology jobs have been shown to have way more productivity working at home than in person. Furthermore, when you work from home, you're able to control your environment. You can choose the keyboard you want, the PC you want. You can load your fridge with the snacks you want, and you're not letting your work environment be subject to someone else's control, right? You're able to make yourself be as efficient as possible. I'll take your POI in a second. What's the impact of this? Well, we see that if you tax people, right, these people are then coerced to work in offices, right? Otherwise, they have to pay tremendous amounts of money in taxes. That means the productivity of these jobs goes down. Even worse, these jobs are typically high-tech jobs, right? Jobs with a lot of innovation. Meaning, if we decrease the productivity in these jobs, we decrease the productivity in the innovation sector overall. The people that are driving innovation in our economy are the people we should be trying to support as they ensure what tomorrow is going to look like. Finally, what is the overall impact of this motion? Well, I've explained to you that individual productivity goes down. I've explained to you that corporate productivity goes down. And frankly, our overall innovative productivity also goes down. We want to clarify that in today's debate, we are the side of the House that truly stands for people's freedom to choose. We truly stand for people to be able to afford to even engage in their communities, something that side government seems to claim on their side of the House. We see that if you can't feed your kids, if you can't go to work every day, you simply won't be able to do so. And that is why we are so proud to propose this motion. Thank you.
I thank the member for the remarks. The time elapsed was 7 minutes. I now call upon the second speaker for the government.
Does this work? No. Honorable Speaker, what do hockey rinks? What do your local transit? What do your average local infrastructure need to function? It needs tax revenue. It needs the revenue from the government to invest in it, to maintain it can actually be functioning, to maintain that it's safe, to maintain that it's actually accessible to all peoples, no matter what race, what color, or whether you are disabled or not. On-site government, we are the only side of this House that would actually protect these local infrastructure pieces. We are the only side of the House that protects because recognized from work from home, there's a massive loss in tax revenue from the activities of business professionals in the central business district of their local cities. What this does is takes away from the government's budget to be able to invest into these systems, to be able to invest to protect these systems. So, as a second speaker on-site opposition, on-site government, I'll be doing two main things for you today. I'll be going over some rebuttal from what we heard on-site opposition before jumping into my own constructive, talking about how this is a major harm to the Canadian economy, focusing on two main actors, the small and medium-sized businesses in Canada, as well as larger firms of Canada as well. So first, with some rebuttal. We heard a main question from side opposition saying, why do we tax people from working from home? Well, understand two things. People who have the ability to work from home are typically business professionals, typically individuals who work in large firms that do pay them appropriate amounts of money, that do pay them either 5 or 6 digits, and upper 5 or 6 digits. What this does is that they are actually, they can easily pay off this 5 to 10% tax. As we mentioned, this 5 to 10% tax is also dependent on your income. Say if you are that upper income earner, that $250,000 and above earner, you are then taxed at 10%. However, if you're lower on the income scale, you are taxed at a lower 5%. Secondly, understand that this tax really isn't going to affect you any more than commuting to the office is. Why is this? Because commuting to the office will incur what? Things like fuel fees, incur things like parking fees, incur things such as maybe you get a parking fine, or some other things associated to your commute to the office. And with that, we don't believe what side opposition tries to paint as the additional tax burden is really true all this time. So now with this as well, we also heard that the pretty hilarious motion that pizza workers are going online from side opposition. Understand that these pizza workers will not be going online. What pizza workers and other workers in the central business rely on is actually business professionals and other people who work in the central business district to go to their offices, to go to their place of business for lunch, to benefit from the service that they offer because they fill that necessary gap in local areas. Secondly, let's say the pizza workers, they need to deliver their food or just food delivery workers in general, right? What do they all rely on to actually fulfill their job? The local infrastructure of their location. Again, if we take away the tax revenue, we're basically limiting city budgets. We're not allowing cities to properly maintain their infrastructure. With that, jumping into my constructive. Firstly, understand the cities designed in North America. Cities in North America were all designed with the idea of the central business district and then the suburbs. What does this mean? It's all meaning we all converge into the center of the city. What is overall we see is that this entire city is designed in a way that facilitates the movement of people into the central of the city for them to work. What we see as well is that the congregation of businesses is also spread majorly in that central business district. We see we're working online, what people do when they say shopping, when they say exploring, that kind of stuff. They're actually shopping online. They're shopping on Amazon, the likes of Shein, the likes of major multinational companies that are actually not benefiting the local economy. But you seem to disagree. What I believe I heard was that work from home workers use foreign currencies. Well, what we see is that look, when you are working in the office, You do go to services next to your office. You go to services that are provided close by for your local convenience. When you make purchases there, what does it do? It generates tax revenue for the local economy, for the local governments, as well as providing a source of income for those local businesses. Now, on to my second point of constructive, talking about the harm to community economy. Firstly, the small and medium-sized firms. This is briefly touched on by our Prime Minister. What we see is that these firms played an essential role in the community economy. Understand these firms make up for around 90% of Canada's employment. What these firms do is provide the opportunity for business professionals, for people who work in the central business district to actually purchase their needs, their goods there. They provide lunch, they provide your dry cleaning service, they provide your biking service there. So be it. What has happened when we transition to online work? What has happened when the entire world transitioned to work from home? What we saw is that all these firms, not at this time, basically lost their business. Why is it so? Because everyone that used to go into the office, the tens of thousands of people who actually used to commute into the office, suddenly disappeared. What essentially happened is that people no longer went to these firms, no longer went to these businesses, no longer went and said, hey, how's your morning? Can I get a cup of coffee as well, please? They no longer had these community conversations. They no longer were able to help them maintain their way of life. We on-site government is the only side that will actually help them maintain their previous way of life. Side opposition is the one that will be painting, oh, you know what? These people who got unemployed, that's just the way it is. We don't care. So with that, what is also the impact to larger Canadian firms? Understand that in the long run, what we will see is that companies, firms, even large firms, will try to shift to complete remote work. Why is this? Firstly, what is the cost of having an office, of maintaining an office? It is an absolutely enormous fixed cost to a firm's bottom line. When a firm can see that they can efficiently operate on a working from home basis, and they see that this giant fixed cost is just going nowhere, they're going to cut that out as soon as they can. What is the impact of this? Firstly, it's a major impact to the overall commercial real estate industry in Canada. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry in Canada that will overall basically be gone, simply because firms realize that they no longer need their office workers to be in the office. The impact is that the thousands of workers who are employed in the sector are essentially jobless. They essentially have to shift their careers in ways that they were unplanned, in ways that they didn't want and didn't foresee. We on-site government are ones that actually want to protect their jobs. We want to recognize that their contribution to the economy is essential. Recognize this because looking at the San Francisco example, once San Francisco's central business district went defunct, went completely online, their entire economy there basically tanked. What happened was an immense bad, and we on-site government strongly proposed to tax work-from-home workers. Thank you.
Honorable panel, whether or not it is more personally gratifying or productive for you to work in person or online is a matter of individual preferences. That is to say that it makes no sense for us to arbitrarily punish certain people with certain individual preferences for finding that it's more productive or happiness-inducing for them to work at home versus people who may prefer to work in the office. Because we're on the side of the House that stands to allow people to do what is best for themselves, we are so proud to propose. Couple things. Firstly, I want to refute everything that we've heard out of the proposition bench from my honorable opponents. Then I'm going to rebuild my partner's case because I don't think that it was really engaged on. And then I'm going to move into our third argument about macroeconomic benefits for Canada. Okay, I want to engage on everything that we've heard out of my proposition team here. Firstly, starting with their argument about community and community building and how we have to incentivize people to participate in their community. Couple responses here. Firstly, people on either side of the House have an incredibly strong incentive to participate in their communities because it's just personally gratifying for them, right? On either side of the House, people want to go to their kid's soccer game. on either side of the house, people want to order pizza delivery. Sure, maybe during COVID, people weren't doing that as much, but like under the status quo that we live in right now, where there is a mix of work from home and working in the office, it's like very active that people are increasingly participating in their community. So I'm unclear why this policy is necessary to necessarily punish people who may not be comfortable doing that, not at this time. But secondly, I think we actually want to flip this argument, because as we heard in Yash's speech, and is just like common knowledge, working from home, it saves you a lot of time and saves you a lot of money. That is then time and money that you can then invest in supporting your local businesses. That is time that you can go and spend at your kid's hockey game, because you don't have to spend an hour and a half sitting alone in your car. So I think that you're actually much more well equipped to participate in your community when you can do what is best for you. Secondly, we get this half argument about how this increases tax revenue that is going to benefit Canada. Okay, any tax increases tax revenue. So this argument is essentially irrelevant, because we could put in place a tax for people wearing red. We could put in place a tax for people with like last names that start with P, right? You could justify any arbitrary tax by simply saying that it increases tax revenue. That doesn't make it a good tax. Moving more on to our second speaker's substantive content about how this motion benefits central business districts. 2 lines of analysis here. Firstly, in their response to our case, they said, specifically to our argument about accessibility, they basically said, oh, this tax isn't really going to be that big of a deal. These are wealthy people anyway. Okay, so if that is true, why is it true that this is a strong enough incentive that people are just going to completely stop working from home? Because they can't have it both ways. They can't have it that, oh, this isn't really going to be that big of a deal for people's personal finances, but also it's going to cause our entire economy to rearrange itself, where central business districts just completely collapse, right? So they have to acknowledge that this is a very, very strong incentive that is necessarily inaccessible to people. Again, think about that single mother, or even think about that like lower middle class call center employee that would rather work from home. Why are we necessarily economically punishing those people? Literally, in order to make this argument work, they have to concede that. Third thing though, this whole idea of the commercial real estate industry. Okay, this is how capitalism works. If an industry no longer has demand for its services, then that industry collapses. So, if it is not worth it for people to go purchase offices anymore because it doesn't fit their individual preferences, I'm unclear why we should punish individuals just for the sake of keeping this industry going. I think that this analysis falls out of the round. Okay, 2 quick pieces of rebuilding then. Firstly, on this point of accessibility, I think I've already implicitly refuted their refutation to this by pointing out like the tax has to be coercive in order to get any of the benefits that they talk about. Before I move on to how they didn't engage with their second argument, I'll take the POI.
Honorable Speaker, how are you supposed to protect those local community workers, the mom and pop shops that are closing down because of these high inflation rates?
As I already argued, you allow people to do what is in their own personal economic self-interest, so people have excess money that they can go and use to support local businesses. Okay, our second argument is about individual preferences, and that for some people, it is individually more gratifying for them to stay at home because they feel more comfortable or because they're able to be more productive. We never heard a single response from this, right? So necessarily, by coercing people to take an arrangement that is less productive for them, you have to acknowledge that you are hurting businesses, and by extension, hurting all of the Canadian economy. Therefore, I think that this argument in itself, given the fact that it's been refuted, is probably enough for us to win the debate right here, because you're just unduly hurting both individuals and companies. Okay, I want to move on to my third constructive argument on side opposition, which is what are the macroeconomic effects of, on Canada of this policy? Okay, so first line of analysis under here. Notice how a significant amount of under the status quo Canadian workers are working for firms located outside of Canada, right? This has 2 essential benefits that you effectively eliminate at the point at which remote work is no longer feasible. Firstly, you're simply bringing in more money for the Canadian economy, right? This is something that my partner, Akafuzaman, POI'd to them and that they never were able to respond to, is that by engaging in remote work, that is necessarily another income source that allows us to bring more money into the Canadian economy, right? So even if we concede that there may be small impacts on, like, for example, central business districts, I think that, like, without a doubt, these are going to be offset or more likely outweighed by the fact that we're just bringing way more money into the Canadian economy, right? But also, by allowing Canadians to go and work for those really desirable firms across the world, you're effectively helping our economy by allowing Canadians to get more experiences, get more skills, and increase the human capital within the Canadian economy. I'll take the POI.
How can you justify Canada losing multi-billion dollars of tax income because workers will spend significantly less
Again, I already explained this. Just pointing out that implementing a tax will increase tax revenue doesn't mean that tax is worth implementing. You also have to prove why the behavior that you're disincentivizing is something that is antisocial, i.e., for example, a carbon tax, that is permissible because excessive carbon use is an antisocial behavior that we have a vested interest in as a society in limiting, right? So unless you can prove that that analysis applies to work from home, I don't think that this is relevant. Okay, second line of analysis for my argument. Canada is seen as a relatively attractive place to be a worker because we have a strong middle class and a lot of social services. Under the status quo, people from other countries are currently flocking to Canada, and that's human capital and revenue that we can massively benefit from. By implementing this policy, you're crippling the Canadian economy, you're crippling productivity, and you're crippling people's ability to act on their own individual preferences. On every single level, this must fall.
Honorable Speaker, today's debate is a debate about community. So let's analyze how North American, particularly Canadian municipalities and communities are built. They're built vastly, and I think that makes sense because Canada is a vast and large country with many residential areas, many central business districts that are often separate from one another, many downtown cores that again are separate from residential areas. And because of this distinction, when we do not react to the threat of remote work on these businesses that exist within central business districts and within downtown cores, we are putting at risk more than just the commercial retail industry. We're putting at risk all of Canadian society. And for that reason, so proud to propose on the resolution, be it resolved, Canada impose an additional tax on workers who work from home. So ultimately, I think we need to realize that. And with that picture in mind, let's analyze the two worlds that we can see today. Because I think side opposition is ultimately denying the fact that in the status quo, downtown business districts are struggling in Canada's largest cities, in Vancouver, in Toronto, in Edmonton, in Halifax, right? I think this is a reality we have to recognize, and therefore we have to have a reaction. Why do we implement a tax on remote workers? That's a great question. I think a tax on red hats would be funny. But ultimately, the reason why we tax people who work remotely is for the tax revenue, yes, that's a benefit, but also for the incentive to consider traveling to the office, to consider going to a downtown core to work, get a lunch break, enjoy a pizza from the downstairs pizza chain, right? When these actions happen on a macro scale through a taxation program, we can preserve not just the commercial retail industry, but preserve those pizza chains, preserve much more that exists within downtown cores. So that's what we need to recognize. This isn't about saving commercial real estate. This is about saving how Canada is ultimately built, right? The infrastructure that exists in Canada, whether it be the roads, whether it be the highways, whether it be the public transit systems, are built in a way that shuttle people from the suburbs, from the residential areas to the downtown cores. And when we have that harmony and preservation, I think ultimately we win today's debate. So that's what I'll be analyzing for you today, right? Two key themes: who wins on community, and secondly, who wins on economic productivity. I think those are the two key themes, but I'll take your POI.
Is your team that are aware that under the status quo, it's not that businesses in the downtown commercial district simply disappear, it's that they shift to the suburbs to meet people's needs better? Why is this a bad thing?
Ultimately, this is an unrealistic reality, right? The suburbs are often very low population density. That's why we exist, to have restaurant chains in downtown cores so that these businesses can employ people and ultimately remain profitable. This is the business model that exists. People come to visit businesses in a high dense area so that these businesses can generate revenue in an effective manner. I think that model exists in the status quo. We want to preserve it. I think that's fine, okay? So let's talk about the two key themes, right? Who wins on community and who wins on economic aspects of today's debate. I think ultimately we talked about community. We talked about how these downtown cores, these central business districts are essential to Canadian life and the Canadian way of living, right? They are the way to do things in Canada, as they have always been. And more importantly, we want to preserve the economic structure and the jobs that exist, right? Ultimately, we recognize that remote work does save time for certain employees and certain workers who get to enjoy them, but not enough for the vast amount of Canadian workers that will ultimately face the threat of unemployment should remote work become prevalent without this taxation, right? But more importantly, let's analyze the economic productivity measure, right? We've talked about, specifically side opposition has talked about how this is productive for workers and for firms. So I want to ask the question, productive for whom? Ultimately, the answer is productive for firms that are able to go remote. That means it leaves many workers that must go in person behind, right? Imagine the bus that used to be filled to the brim. Well, now that bus is half empty, and municipal governments have to respond, they have to face the music and cut service, leaving nurses like Sarah behind, right, waiting much longer for a simple bus. It means that service workers that provide retail and food ultimately do not have the same client levels that they used to experience, and again, face the threat of unemployment. We think that these characters, these actors, do not experience the increase in productivity that side opposition is so passionate about. We don't think this is just a debate about the commercial retail industry. We think this is a debate about how Canadian infrastructure is structured. So again, that's what we're talking about. When we talk about a tax on remote workers, yes, we understand they're not using the transit system anymore. But we don't think automotive workers, nurses, teachers who need to go in person should suffer cut service because other people are not using it, right? But more importantly, we've justified time and time again why these specific remote workers are the actors we need to tax. Yes, we can implement a wealth tax. That's great. But ultimately, this tax does more than just provide revenue for those transit services and other costs. It is the incentive that might push some specific marginal groups to return back into the workplace and provide the revenue for pizza chains, for transit services, right? And we think that's highly important. But let's talk about their first point, about choice and option, right? About people who are mobility limited, about people who are anxious, about single mothers. And ultimately, we see that, yes, the taxation is a consequence that these people will have to pay. But again, we don't think that the benefits outweigh the negatives to the degree where these people are unable to find employment as side opposition is painted. We think that they will pay a tax, yes, but we don't think that tax is enough to result in them making negative income, right? We still think they can have that job, make revenue. Of course, they have the benefit of little to no commute and other benefits from spending less money from that commute. So again, that taxation exists under our side of the house. We have that taxation to provide those services that we've been discussing for this entire debate, right? Incentivize those who are not anxious, who are not mobility limited, to perhaps return to the office, experience work with their coworkers, and help central business districts, right? Under our model, we understand this is ultimately a situation that has imperfections. Our society is imperfect. The way that our cities are built are imperfect. But we can't convert everything immediately. And because of that, because we recognize how North American cities are built, especially in Canada, we know that this is the motion that preserves the economic foundation that society relies on. Thank you.
remote workers are one of the key parts of Canadian innovation and economic progression. Just because simply they do not commute or use the public transport, you're going to tax them is simply unfair for three reasons. Firstly, understand they bring significant amount of foreign currencies within Canadian economy that is often invested into welfare states, starting from funding education, funding welfare shelters, and lots of other programs. That essentially means they are also a part of local community. Secondly, understand these people often, if not contribute a lot to the technological progression that has allowed Canada to withstand things like COVID-19 pandemic and lots of other issues. But thirdly, understand there are freelancers who often employ themselves by using work from home, who often take away the pressure on government by employing themselves, and that essentially reduces the unemployability rate of Canada. These are one of the many benefits that working from home or remote workers essentially gives us. We think it's simply unfair to tax them just because they do not use the public transport. My name is Akifuzzaman Labib, and I'm going to tell you stories of people who suffer a lot because of public transport, and their life is significantly changed by working from home. Before moving on to clashes, few pieces of rebuttal. Firstly, understand their key argument in this debate is, look, we need to protect the local community, and the only way you can do it is by taxing people who work from home. I don't understand how, because understand, what are you going to do with the taxation money you get from working like regular remote workers? No mechanism given whatsoever. Are you going to increase the minimum wage of pizza delivery guys? Or are you going to increase the, or reduce the cost of education for the children of the pizza delivery guys? No mechanism whatsoever. So we're still unclear as to what they're going to do with the extra taxation amount of money. But secondarily, this simply came that, look, if you tax these remote workers, understand that tax money is going to increase and somehow it's going to benefit the local community. We say no, because understand, when you tax these remote workers, often then they're coerced into going into office spaces. That essentially means the years or hours of productivity that they could have put into their place by working from home is now lost. That essentially means the extra amount of foreign currencies they used to bring for Canadian economy is now lost. That essentially means even if at our very worst case, government does get some extra tax money from these workers, they lose out on a significant amount of money from foreign currencies. They lose out significant amount of foreign investments, and that's on a comparison a bigger loss that Canadian government should not take, because that essentially impacts corporations, that essentially impacts families, and that essentially often leads to things like layovers or laying off workers. That's something we simply do not want, especially after a pandemic. But thirdly, realize they tell you that, look, just because working from home exists, people lose out on jobs, local shops, bakeries in downtown are getting closed. If that's the case, I think these local shops are going to better strive in our side. Why so? Because understand, a woman who wants to sell, let's say, her homemade bakeries now does not need to have an office in downtown. Rather, she can simply make an online page and sell it through that online page. That essentially means now she does not have to pay taxes for her office. She does not need to pay taxes for decorating the office in downtown. Rather, she can simply hire a web developer and make a fancy web page and sell her products. That essentially means that local community that you were talking about, that local business you're talking about, is number one, better safeguarded in our side, but also has to pay lesser amount of money to protect her business and survive better off. But thirdly, we tell you, these businesses often now can move to suburbs and cater to a more diverse amount of people, essentially meeting more diverse amount of needs. That means if this debate is about a comparison as to where local businesses are better protected, I think we did a better job in terms of proving how local businesses are better striving off when working from home is existing and not taxed. Moving on to the key clashes of this debate before moving on any PYs. Cool. First clash, community support and where community is better protected. First of all, I want to reiterate these things that people who work from home are also part of local community. But just because they have certain circumstantial issues like maybe disability or maybe mental health issues like anxiety in an office, you simply cannot tax them in principle. Because look, oftentimes when you tax these people who probably get overwhelmed in an office, you essentially tell that person that you need to come to the office regardless of whatever mental disorder you have. I think that's a very offensive offensive narrative to preach as a government. But on a secondary level, realize these workers now are better protected when they work from home, because number one, they can work in their own office space the way they want, but secondarily also meet the daily quotas of the corporation. That essentially means they now bring in more productivity for the country. And understand, when productivity of Canada increases, that is the point in time governments can increase things like more funding for education. That is the point in time governments can increase, I'll take it later. Governments can increase things like more funding for homeless shelters. I think if the key fundamental aspect of protecting community is ensuring productivity, because as long as you have productivity, you have cash coming into the economy, and that cash can be directed into community support, and I think that is something that we ensure in our side. So the first clash of which side protects community better is something we believe goes on our side. But before moving on to the second clash, PY.
Honorable Speaker, wouldn't you say it's fair that these individuals that are not going back into work and spending in our community deserve to face a tax burden because they're not giving back to the community?
They are giving back to the community. The point in time when they earn a lot of foreign currency from foreign countries and investment, I think that's a very huge thing to give back to the community. But secondarily, they just simply assume just because they work from home, they don't make these workers don't make charities. These workers don't come into Canucks game or support local communities. I don't know why, because I've seen hundreds of people who work from home and still make the time to visit a local hockey game. They are giving back to the community, and this is something I want to be very clear in this house of the debate. Moving on to my second clash. Understand as to how Canadian progression is something that should be the key priority in this debate. Understand 3 reasons why it should be a key priority in this debate. Number 1, Canadian progression or economy will only expand the point in time workers who work from home contribute to this innovation, and that can only happen when you don't additionally tax them. This innovation is important in terms of making more better technologies that probably helps in hospitals, that probably helps in like accounting firms or other hedge firms. But secondarily, this also ensures Canada getting ahead in the globalization competition. Understand countries like Germany or Italy already helps people who work from home just because they bring in more foreign currencies. Canada cannot lag away in competition to Germany or Italy. And the only way Canada can win this race of globalization is rather help these people who work from home, help the web developers, help the software companies who work from home. That is the only way Canada can bring in more investments and essentially reduce unemployability rate and essentially win the race of globalization. So if this debate is a comparison on Canadian progression, I think we did a better job into proving how progression is more in our side. Proud to propose.
I thank the member for their remarks. Your time elapsed was 7 minutes. At this time, there will be a 2-minute break while teams prepare their reply speeches. All right, it's been 2 minutes. We will now hear a 4-minute reply speech from each team, starting with the opposition.
At the very top of this debate, My partner told you about the single mother who stays home and works at home so she can take care of her kids, so that she can finally get access to a corporate job that is going to pay her a high salary and give her a tool for economic mobility. Who is the side of this debate that is looking after that person, that economically vulnerable person that requires these work from home jobs in order to live a better life? That is side opposition. In this speech, I'm firstly going to talk through each of the side proposition arguments and then explain the 3 independent reasons why side opposition should win this debate. Okay, first idea that we hear right at the top of the proposition case is this idea of community broadly, so that we should incentivize people to go and participate in their communities, to go to local hockey games, etc. Both myself and our first speaker thoroughly refuted this argument already by pointing out that people already have a strong incentive to participate in their community and that they're actually more well-equipped to do so when they're working from home. They never rebuilt this argument, and they never, ever went back to this idea of community more broadly. They simply shifted that burden onto one of their later arguments about like the downtown core and like public transit and that kind of stuff. So I think functionally this has been refuted. Second argument then, again, this idea of tax revenue. You could put a tax on literally anything. You could put a tax on wealth and get more money. Why is it that we should put in place this massively inequitable thing that punishes people who are like the most economically vulnerable as well as accruing more tax revenue? So I don't think that just simply pointing out that taxes equal revenue allows them to win this debate. The third thing, and really the focus of their case, is this idea of infrastructure. 2 different lines of analysis. One is the idea of benefiting the downtown core. We analyzed this in a couple different ways. Firstly, we pointed out that in order to, as they claimed, not coerce people to work from home, in order to actually incentivize people to not work from home, this must be a strong enough incentive that it actually factors into people's lives and materially affects people's circumstance. So that single mother is definitely going to be impacted if we want to get any of their benefits. But secondly, and as we heard out of my third partner's speech, the businesses simply shift to other areas of the city. It's not that they just are wiped off the face of the earth, right? They shift to suburbs where they're able to better meet people's demand and better create a strong economy moving forward. Secondly, this is this idea of public infrastructure. So they talk all about this nurse that's taking public transit and how this motion benefits her. Okay, sure, yes, there's going to be more tax revenue on their side of the house. However, when people are working from home, there is also less strain on public transit, right? So there's going to be less people on public transit. There's going to be less of a cost associated with running it. So I think that the impact here is actually like pretty symmetric. I don't think that they've proven anything. That's their whole case. Okay, 3 independent paths to victory. Firstly is this idea of accessibility that they never refute beyond, again, just saying, oh, this isn't really going to be that big of a deal. I think you have to concede that this is going to be a big deal, that this is going to be hurting people that are subject to this tax, if you are going to say that this is going to be actually persuasive. And so I think at the point at which we've proven that this is going to be hurting the most economically vulnerable within our society, that is just already one strong reason to give it to side opposition. Secondly is this idea of productivity and preferences. Firstly, productivity in terms of like certain industries are simply more well-equipped to work online. But secondly, and they never engaged on this, is individual preferences, and that certain individuals just like working from home more, just feel more gratified when they're able to stay within their own space. Why should we deny the people their right to do what is best for them? Again, no engagement from this. Finally, and this really outweighs everything that we heard out of their third argument, is the macroeconomic benefits that we get on our side of the house. That you get a continuous stream of money from other economies into Canada that you can then go and use to fund things like subsidizing businesses and public transit and all of the kinds of things that they want to claim as benefits on their side of the house. What this means is that on our side of the house, you capture all of those benefits, you get that strong economy, and also preserve people's individual choices and options. That is the side of the debate that wins. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, let's refocus this debate today. We are fine with the stance that if you enjoy working from home, that is great. We've allowed it on our side of the house. But what they fail to recognize on their side of the house is the negative externalities that comes for everybody else when this happens. And that is why this motion must go. What I'm going to be doing for us today is I want to reiterate the burden of today's debate and tell you why side opposition has lost and reconstruct our points of why we've won today's debate. So we've proposed the burden here at hand of how we make cities and communities a better place to live. They have failed to really engage with that and failed to engage with that mom and pop shop that our business is closing down and those individuals that are losing their job. What we've heard from their side of their house today is this first one. It limits accessibility. But what we need to take into account here is choice, a key theme that is brought up today. It is a choice to work from home, and because it is that choice, it is not a limit. You have chosen to work from home. That does not limit your accessibility. We're implementing a tax because you are choosing to not go into the community, to not give back, and that is why we need to have this point stand. But we also need to recognize, they bring up this example of that single mother of how she has to work from home, but when she has to bring her kids to daycare, what's gonna happen when the price goes up because they're not giving back to the community and taxes are higher? That is an issue here too. Their second point they brought up was about productivity, how productivity won't happen. But our third speaker told you here today, those that are only reaping from the productivity benefit are those big corporations and those big companies. And that is why this motion needs to go at hand, because those big companies and those upper middle class can afford this tax and should not bear some of the burden of today's inflation. But also they bring up this point that Germany and Italy are those individual companies that have this great productivity from those working from home. Let's recognize Germany and Italy are a very different geographic area of Canada. Those individuals have more access to go to the local shop, whereas Canada is very different. That we told you in our third speaker's way the cities are designed, you don't have that ability to do that. When you live in those residential areas, you don't have the ability to go down that street to that mom and pop shop, those that are hurting the most today. And then finally, they bring up this third point about macroeconomic benefits. However, we see the biggest macroeconomic benefit here is when we tax those individuals from working from home, because we think that being able to get that amount of revenue is better for the whole community at hand. But then they also bring up this macroeconomic, why tax those people from working from home? And that is the key question here. Why tax those individuals? It is because those are the individuals that are no longer paying for the transportation, that are no longer paying for the parking, that are no longer going to the stores, and no longer engaging in the community. That is why we need to impose this low burden on them that we understand that they can afford. So then this leads us into our points of why we won here today and why we've taken this debate and how communities are going to be better off, and that is the main cause of today's debate. So I brought to you the point about how it harms communities. We've analyzed in my first speech, and we analyzed the two actors. But something that they did not touch upon that I brought up in my speech is those that are not going to the community makes them more of an unsafe place. When there is less people in the community, crime increases, and that is something they did not touch upon. And when crime increases, communities are worse off, and that is why this motion needs to go at hand. But what we also need to recognize is I proposed that POI. What happens to the job of the mom and pop that are working there and their store closes down and their business closes down? What about those individuals? What choice did they have? They did not have one. They were forced to close doors because they could not afford the inflation rate. And that is why how this harms community, and this motion needs to go at hand. And then finally, we talked about the harms to the economy by analyzing the two key actors of the small and medium businesses, those mom and pops, those individuals that sponsor those hockey events, and those large firms that hand that also face reaping benefits. So furthermore, we can see on our side of the house, we are prepared and ready to attack when those harms happen to our communities. We're here to make our communities a safer place, a place where everyone can feel included, and a place where we Canadians can be proud to call our home. Thank you.
Good job, guys.
Person side.
top of the opposition or the government. That'd be great. You guys don't have yours? Yeah, you guys, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, there's like no order.
Sorry.
Can't see it?
No.
Okay, in that case, I can slap the table. I'll slap the table at the 6 minutes,
Yeah,
like so,
of course.
and I'll slap the table with 1 minute remaining.
Is that not all the time though?
Yeah,
Okay.
so that'll help you with that. I also will give a C shape in my hand for 30 seconds. And for 10 seconds, I'll do a 10-second countdown on my fingers. So 10, 9, 8.
Will you be able to just do the minutes on your fingers?
I can do minutes on my
Yeah,
fingers.
it might be much easier to see.
Yeah, would you guys prefer minutes on my fingers?
We're a darker marker.
Sure, I'll do minutes with my fingers, okay? So 6, and then yeah, for the 10-second countdown, I'll just do 10 like so. Alright, perfect. That's what we brought that. Fine. Okay, this is important. There will be a hard stop for all speeches at 7 minutes. I'm just gonna yell stop. That means to stop speaking. Okay? No grace period. Points of information will be allowed during the constructive speeches, but not during the first and last minute of these speeches, as this is protected time. Points of interest are not permitted during the reply speech. Points of clarification are allowed, but may only be offered at the beginning half of the first government speech. Points will be deducted for any debater who interrupts another excessively or maliciously. Are there any questions regarding the rules? Yeah.
I have a request to move the podium back a little bit, that way the debaters can see each other better for those who realize.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Of course. You guys
We can move forward. That's
I now call upon the first speaker to introduce the government case for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for having us here to debate such an important resolution. Be it resolved that Canada imposes an additional tax on workers who work from home. So the current status quo in Canada is that the labour force is moving towards working from home. This is the trends we see more so with office jobs in our labour force. There are many drawbacks to this trend. We see a diminishing of work-life balances, corporate culture is decreasing, there's this death of downtown economies, small businesses are dying out because people are not going out and supporting them. With these trends, what we see is the workforce, what we see in the workforce is the expectation that they are working from home and that they're on their technology for longer hours because they have been seen to be able to work from home effectively. So with the diminishing of this workforce culture and the increased hours being worked by employees due to having tech at home to do their work, we see lack of employee morale as well. We see the businesses that used to be thriving downtown closing. Think of the coffee shops, the lunch destinations, office buildings no longer being in business. So this is a reduction of jobs available to other workers and is a reduction in our ability to contribute to our economy. So the need for change today in the House is that the workforce trends that we see to work from home need to be disincentivized in order to revive workplace culture, increase work-life balance, and restore our downtown economies. And this resolution will solve these problems. To define a few terms in the resolution, we're going to define working from home as anyone working remotely, so out of office or corporate buildings, and have the stipulation that it has to be greater to or equal to 50% of the work week. So people who work 1 day a week at home will not fall into this resolution. It has to be 50% or more of their work week working from home. And then we'll define the type of tax in our plan. So our plan on side government is to propose a 1.5% tax on gross income falling into the burden of the employee. That means the employee will pay this tax on their income, not the employer. This is like a sin tax due to the negative externalities of working from home that the employee has chosen to do. They've made this decision to work from home, and therefore they have the burden of paying this tax due to the negative externalities that we will lay out through our constructive points. We will also, and again, this will only apply to workers who work 50% or more of their work from home. So if you choose to work 1 day a week from home, this will not apply to you. It has to be 50% or more, because that is when we see these negative effects come into play. This is when we see the issues with working from home start to have a negative effect on society. The speaker order on site government today is I will talk about the economic argument and the death of downtown. Our second speaker will talk about the social argument, more in depth on the effect of corporate culture and the effect on the employee. And our third speaker will dive deeper into these topics. So moving on to my constructive argument. Currently, we're going to contrast the downtown economics before and during the COVID-19 pandemic, because this is when we saw the highest amount of workers moving to remote work. I will take you at this time.
Honorable Speaker, would side government not agree that this trend was caused by online shopping more than people not actually going out to work?
We're not talking about retail stores here, and I'll get more into this in my constructive points. That is a whole different beast, talking about people buying material goods online. We're talking about services and the culture that we have in society to have services come together during the day, leave your home, contribute to society, and not just be sitting on your couch on your computer. So pre-pandemic, when we had workers, there was a thriving business network in downtown centers. We had offices open, we had connections between offices, people meeting and collaborating. We saw services, coffee shops, lunch spots, all these businesses thriving together, a network of businesses, because people went out of their home, they went to work, and they were contributing to this larger network of businesses. There was job creation, job thriving, there was lower unemployment, higher GDP, all because of this network of businesses in downtown centers. This clustering of services and economic activity leads to efficiency and effective services being delivered, as well as that collaboration that leads to more growth. Then, switched during the pandemic, we were forced to work from home due to health and safety measures. We are no longer in that position anymore, but at this time, office workers switched to remote work due to the health and safety issues. Businesses located downtown and among office-dense areas suffered. We saw closing down of businesses like coffee shops, lunch spots, even retail spaces, because of this lack of leaving the home and this lack of network and collaboration, and we saw a reduction in economic activity and hardworking Canadians out of work and businesses closing. I'll take you at this time.
By forcing working Canadians to pay additional tax, do you really believe that this would incentivize them to reinvest money into the economy?
What we're saying is if they are working from home, they're actively not reinvesting money into the economy because they are not contributing to the businesses around their workplace. They are staying at home. So this tax is the other alternative if they either go to work, contribute to the economy on their day-to-day work life, or they stay at home. That's their choice. We're not taking that away, but we're saying that, fine, you'll pay this tax that will contribute to the economy in other ways. It can be reinvested into the economy in other ways. So we're giving the choice to the employee to make. However, we do believe on side government that they should have to pay for the negative externalities of their choice, which would be the lack of economic activity, as well as other negative externalities that our second speaker will get into. Moving on to post-pandemic. So we have two options going forward in Canada. We can go with the status quo, keep trending towards remote work, continuing to kill our downtown economies, to destroy this network of businesses that we have seen develop in Canada over for as long as we've been creating cities and downtown centers. Or we can take this resolution, pass this resolution, and revive our downtown centers. We can see businesses continue to thrive, to reopen, for jobs to be created, for networks to be created, for collaboration among our business community into the future, and for people to be leaving their home and contributing to our society on a larger scale. So what have I done for you today? I've outlined the current harmful trends in our workforce as it stands, people working from home, and how this is destroying our downtown economies. It's destroying our networks of businesses, and how this resolution will revive our downtown cultures, community, and our economy. This resolution must pass in order to grow our economy, and on side government, we believe economy over isolation. Thank you.
Time elapsed was 6 minutes, 58 seconds. Your time
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am so happy to represent side opposition today and to be able to tell you why this motion, be it resolved that Canada impose an additional tax on workers who work from home, would be a terrible motion for Canadians because it doesn't incentivize the things we as government should be incentivizing. I'm going to lay out my constructive and give you these reasons. Primarily economic. My second speaker will be going more into the social aspects of how this motion will impact Canadians. But before I get into that, first off, some refutation. First off, they wanted to say that they're disincentivizing working from home. As I'm going to lay out in my constructive, we know that this is going to be detrimental. We are moving in Canada towards working from home for a reason. I'm going to outline those reasons for you. And secondly, they talk about negative externalities and how this is going to be negative. I'm going to outline a negative externality. Carbon emissions. Guess what went down when everyone started working from home? Carbon emissions. Is that a goal as Canadians we should not have, is to be environmentally friendly and reduce our carbon emissions? We on side opposition certainly think so. We think this should be a priority for the Canadian government, and we don't understand why side government seems to think that this would be a good idea, to send everyone back out into downtown, driving to downtown, and increase our carbon emissions once again. Please. Absolutely, absolutely. And we think, as you said in your first speech, that employees are effective from home. Employees are doing good for the economy at home already. We know they can be effective workers. Businesses are still paying the same amount of tax. So if they're just as effective and they get to work from home, we're getting the exact same benefits with less negative externalities. Absolutely, as government, that's what we should be wanting. Now to move into my constructive. We are going to primarily be talking about the flexibility of work that is offered to businesses right now, and then I'm going to get into further into the externalities. But looking at the flexibility of work, right now businesses have a choice. They have a choice of being able to say, okay, we're going to run our business from home if we would like. We can run it in the office if we would like. That's company policy. We believe on side opposition that this decision should be left to the businesses because they best understand how to run their own company, how to be the most effective for themselves. So we believe that it's their prerogative to make that decision. If we say we're going to impose an additional tax, well, then people aren't going to be working from home. And if it's the employee's responsibility, then they're going to have far more complicated tax implications. We're making it far more difficult for employees as a whole to remit their taxes. So that's everyone from working at home we're disadvantaging. And as my second speaker is going to mention, our people who are working from home are often people who are struggling. We see parents needing to stay home with their kids. We see people who, as my second speaker will say, immunocompromised people who still need that health and safety requirement. Disabled people. Do we really want to disadvantage them? We certainly don't think so. Additionally, when we're talking about the economy, what about, they say downtown is dying, what about all the new businesses that were created over the past 2 years whose only business model is working from home? Do we really want to kill all of the new businesses that came into the Canadian economy? Things that propped us up through COVID, things that kept us functional. Do we really want to send all of that away because they will need to change their entire business model because they won't be able to get employees who want to work from home? Because why would employees want to take a pay cut for working from home? Absolutely they wouldn't. And so we think that to keep these new businesses thriving and growing, which they should be doing, we need to allow those businesses to have the prerogative to make that decision. We are handicapping businesses' decisions. That is not something we as a government should do. If we want our economy to actually become strong, we need to allow businesses to make that decision for us because they are the ones who are best informed to run their own operations. Additionally, talking about externalities, I've talked about the carbon tax already. I've talked about how this is going to crush all of our new businesses already. And additionally, we're sending people out into a cyclical cycle, and I'm going to lay this out for you. So we're seeing that we're going to send people inside government's model back into downtown where they have to pay for more things. They have to pay for parking, say. They have to pay for gas. They have to pay for vehicles. They have additional expenses that are going to be imposed. And we see those additional expenses taking away their income so they can't reinvest it into the economy as they could under the current model of working from home. Please. Does side government not realize that some people live in rural areas and don't have this as an option? Public transportation does not exist everywhere in Canada. How are we to expect people to just take public transportation when there isn't a busing system? Do we really want to disadvantage people who live in rural areas? Absolutely not. These are the people who benefited from working from home because they were able to cut their expenses. They're able to reinvest in Canadians through online shopping, which businesses have instituted. They're able to reinvest in their families. And that's absolutely something we feel we should be encouraging. We feel on side opposition that we should be moving more towards a work from home scenario because we know all of the different benefits it brings. That's why we have things in Canada like a home office tax credit, because we want people to be working from home. We know as a Canadian government that we want people working from home. We've put measures in place to encourage this already. Why would we be going against that? Why would we be going into a cyclical cycle of tax where we're sending people back out, we're making them pay for more expenses, and then, as I gave the example of the carbon tax, if they're sending more carbon emissions, maybe we'll have to raise the carbon tax back up because that's an important goal that we need to reach. So either way, we're taxing people more, they're gonna have less money to spend, and the whole point of side government's case is that their burden is that it's going to be better for the economy. I've proven that we're going to tax people more, they have less money, and therefore it's not going to be better for the economy. That is why we are so proud on side opposition today to be able to say that we believe working from home is better. We believe working from home is something that Canada, as they have said, is already moving to, and we know we're already moving there because we Canadians are smart, and we are with the times, and we know that we are able to control our own future, our businesses should be able to control their own future, and that is why we are so proud to be able to say we are for working at home because we know working from home is a damn good thing. Thank you.
Well, Honourable Speaker, it's an absolute pleasure to be here today to discuss such an important topic and resolution brought forward by our side government today. Now, before I get into any constructive arguments and points today, I'd first like to clash with the member of side opposition before me. Now, there's a couple of points that I want to get into here, and firstly being this idea that we are handicapping the employer. We're simply not doing that. There's a reason that in our plan we're levying this on the employees because we don't want to handicap the employer, so that point falls. Now, to continue on this point of carbon emissions and increasing the carbon emissions. Now, firstly, Canada's global footprint on this is relatively small. Now, we have already stated that we want to prioritize the Canadian economy first and foremost. So that is going to be our focus, and then the secondary focus is going to be on carbon emissions. Now, furthermore, with we can see that the member talked about negative externalities, and we want to reiterate that the most negative of those externalities is what we had already stated with the closure of those downtown businesses, the closure of those small ecosystems within our economy that are critical to downtown life, that are employing hundreds of people within those within those industries, within those downtown spaces. Those are the externalities that we want to focus on, and that's what we're trying to improve that situation with this resolution. Now. Furthermore, on a couple of other points, there was a point about how struggling people are the ones working from home. This is simply not true. The struggling people are the ones that are working the everyday, day-to-day jobs that there is no opportunity to work from home, so that does not pertain to this resolution whatsoever. So to continue on here, on the point of talking about spending and expenses and making things more expensive for people, we like this. We want consumerism. We want people to spend their money on gas, spend their money on that coffee to work, spend their money on public transit because consumption is a critical component of the Canadian economy. In fact, it's one of the major components, and it's something that we want to advocate for here today. So that point on their side falls as well. Now, To get into some constructive arguments for today, I'm going to focus a little bit more on the kind of social aspect of this, and we had already alluded to corporate culture and things like that, and I'm going to get into that. So, we want to use this resolution once again as a disincentive for working from home, as we want to maintain the corporate structures and cultures within those workplace ecosystems of Canadian society. And, I refer to it as an ecosystem because there is this interconnectedness of people within that corporate environment that is foundational to collaboration, motivation, and overall productivity, and I'm going to get into that in a minute here. Now, the office environment encourages collaboration on a greater scale than any online environment can, and through consistent interaction, face-to-face interaction, we can foster increased productivity, through brainstorming, team meetings, and other sorts of in-house corporate activities, but the member would disagree.
Honorable Speaker, would side government not agree that the 2 out of 3 days could be attributed to these in-person conversations and meetings as outlined in your model?
No, absolutely not. So the reason we talked about the 50% is, at a very minimum, we want that 50% for the exact reason that we're talking about here. Encouraging that collaboration on a greater scale. We want to have as much of that as we can, and we believe that with this resolution, we're going to get that. Obviously, we're still taking into some considerations where maybe a corporation may not have an ability to necessarily work from home, but at the end of the day, that choice is not being taken away, and this is going on the employee. So most importantly, what we're talking about here, to get back to my point, is we can foster this social interaction and the relationships that take place within that corporate environment, which are actually crucial to the development of the employee. Now, working from home, in seclusion, in isolation, further drifts the worker from socialization, which for a number of reasons is detrimental to the employee. And it's something that we kind of experienced within the COVID-19 pandemic. So why is socialization important in the workplace? As we know, humans are social beings innately. We require a certain level of in-person interaction. We also know that when working from home, people get low amounts of socialization, extreme low amounts of socialization within the workplace. And this can have massive negative effects on that individual's mental health. Now, so this tax is working to disincentivize those people from worsening their mental health in seclusion by working from home, and this will benefit the individual that through improved mental health and reducing the cost of mental health treatment to our society as well. So adding this tax, we're recognizing the importance of that, and we're actively promoting that. Now, continuing on to another point here, so one thing that I want to talk about is how corporate culture is dying. And we saw that in the COVID-19 pandemic that it basically completely died. We had everybody working from home. We had a reduction in corporate activities, lunches, hangouts, coffees, other corporate bonding activities that take place in the workplace and as well as immediately after work or that type of thing. Now, I'll take the member's question first.
Should an employee not be able to choose what they deem would be positive for their mental health without...
Absolutely. Like I already said, we are not taking away the choice of the employee. Absolutely not. The employee has that choice. It's just that we have a little bit of a caveat on that choice. And in fact, this is for the greater good at the end of the day. We're talking about redistributing that tax back into the economy and preserving those small businesses within those downtown areas. So again, I was talking about the reduction in those workplace relationships and how we want to improve the culture by incentivizing workers to be in the office, to participate in those activities that I talked about. Now, positivity equals productivity. And workplace positivity is a critical aspect of any workplace in the sense that it is directly correlated to productivity. Now, it's very simple. If you like what you do, not only will you do it, but you will also excel at it. Now, there's a reason that we have these workplace activities historically. There's a reason that we've gotten back to all these things at the conclusion of the pandemic is because engaging in these activities promotes positive workplaces and promotes more productive employees. And this is exactly what we want to incentivize in society today. Now, furthermore, there's one last point that I'd like to touch on here is the points of equity, diversity, and inclusion initiatives. Now, obviously, this is becoming an increasingly prevalent issue within society today. And the problem with online working from home is that we can't really see these initiatives take place because these initiatives are important within that fabric of the in-person corporate culture. And being able to promote that, being able to raise awareness for that and see it face-to-face is really important for the longevity of those longevity of those practices. And this is something, again, that we want to incentivize. So overall, what have I done for you today is I have firmly explained why seclusion is not what we want in Canadian society. We want to promote working in the office because we believe that is for the benefit of the employee and the benefit of the economy. Thank you.
I'd like to thank all of you for joining us here today. Honorable Speaker, audience, and I'd also like to thank everyone who's joining us digitally from home. I appreciate you being a part of this experience for us here. So far, us on-site opposition have focused on the practical side of why this is bad for our economy and why this is a bad motion that should not pass. And I'm going to continue that and focus more on the people that this could affect, the people that who will be harmed by this motion. But before I get into that, I got some refutation. So we got a couple inconsistent things going on inside government where they have claimed that their goal of this is to bring back downtown culture, to bring us back because we need more jobs. Well, I think they must be unaware of the situation our country is in right now, as we are in a complete labor shortage with some of the lowest unemployment rates we have ever seen. We don't need more jobs, and that's because when we work from home, we create so many jobs, not necessarily working at these coffee shops that you claim, but there's so much in the shipping, in logistics, that we have more than made up for any jobs lost from these businesses. Downtown culture has been one of their key points. They want to promote this culture of downtown as if this is some sacred thing that is important to us as Canadians. But what you aren't seeing is that this is something that can change. Times do change, and that is something that is okay. And with the times changing, we are seeing opportunities. We are seeing closures of businesses that are no longer viable, and we are seeing new businesses that will take those places. We are seeing buildings that are being used commercially, no longer being used, and now we can turn them into homes, and we can work on another major problem our country is facing, which is our housing shortage, which this motion directly harms. Corporate culture is the last thing I'm going to quickly touch on. Again, it's another thing that they like to claim because it's a good buzzword that they really enjoy. But I'd like to say this. There are many, many employees who choose to work from home because it makes them happier. And as your first speaker said, they are just as effective. What's the point of a corporate culture that does not improve productivity, as said by your first speaker, and makes your employees less happy because they are actively choosing and actively seeking work from home jobs? I see no point in this. And now that that is concluded, I'm going to quickly move over into my constructive. There are two main groups that I'm going to be talking about right now and talking about why they are going to be negatively affected by this motion. The first one is parents, and the second one will be the disabled or immunocompromised. Parents are one of the key groups that often are searching for jobs with work from home. Having that flexibility in their lives allows them to be better parents. It allows them to be there for their children and allows them to be more present in their lives. These quick little things that if they need something, they're there. And we recognize that, and we recognize that is an important thing that many parents need and that will help raise these children with more active parents who are going to better care for them, better understand them, and spend more time with them and improve their quality of life. I'll take your question.
Would the member disagree that sending your kid to a daycare is socialization for a child that actually helps develop
Oh, yes. I understand. Would you not agree that childcare is expensive? Childcare is not something that everyone can afford. You are acting like these are incredibly rich people, as if everyone working from home is making millions of dollars, but that's just simply untrue. There are thousands and thousands of employees. Consider a telecom worker who's working for a call center. This is a really common work from home job, and you think that this isn't, as I quote, a normal person, as was said by your speaker. These are regular people working regular jobs, making regular wages, and you're asking them to spend more money than that they can afford on childcare. Now, I'll quickly move on to the disabled and immunocompromised community. Working from home is not always a choice. It isn't something that they say, oh, that would be nice, that's gonna be something. Sometimes it's a necessity. Sometimes it's, I don't have a driver's license. I'm disabled and I'm not able to drive to work. So working from home is my only option, and you're going to take this and you're going to tax me for being disabled? That just doesn't seem fair, that doesn't seem equitable, and that doesn't seem Canadian. Again, with those with immunocompromised, when we were discussing the pandemic, the immune system was the main reason why we started this shift. Why working from home became something so important and became so necessary. But what this has really done is it's benefited those, and it's given immunocompromised people a better time looking for jobs. It's given them opportunities they never would have seen otherwise. This has been a beneficial thing for them, and this motion works to take that away. It works to put them back at a disadvantaged position that they don't deserve to be in due to their health conditions. That is not something that us on-site opposition stand for, and that's not something that we believe is right. Lastly, when we're looking at these people, we want them to have the same opportunities as other Canadians. We want them to see that they can go into their studies, they can go to school and say, I would like to do something that I can work from home with, because I know that's going to be an important part of my life. Perhaps I'll go into programming, and I will say, this is an industry that work from home is very friendly towards, and that is something that I would like to do. We want to keep allowing them to have that choice and not take that agency away from our citizens. To conclude what I've said for you today is I've disputed many of the key points that opposition has made and proven why they fall on our side of the House. And I have shown why we are harming Canadians who are working regular jobs as regular people, and this is just simply not fair, not right, and not equitable. I'll ask, why does this benefit? Who is this benefiting? They have not particularly claimed anyone other than these downtown businesses, which, as I've already stated, is not something that needs to be preserved because we have alternatives. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. It has been a pleasure to oppose this motion.
Honourable Speaker, as the government, we are responsible for the Canadian economy, culture, and the future of Canada as a whole. When people consider Canada and Canadian culture, they think of our societal socialization, that kind of everyone knows everyone and we're all a family. Honourable Speaker, when we are employed in Canada, we are spending time with people. We are engaging in social interaction, and that social interaction is very important, and it is something that working from home and working remotely is trying to take away and is actively reducing. Honourable Speaker, when we think about people, when we think about Canadians, who are we actually thinking about? We are thinking about your standard Canadian, we are thinking about your family man or woman, we are thinking about the single parents, we are thinking about anyone engaging in Canadian society. And Honourable Speaker, that is who this resolution benefits. It benefits everyone. Side opposition talked a lot about, the sort of people getting more access to jobs, that people would maybe, have more employment opportunities. But Honourable Speaker, what about the people that are losing their jobs entirely? These are the people that we on side government are trying to look out for with this resolution. Honourable Speaker, there are a few main points that our debate has fallen into today. These are points of inclusion, economy, and the environment. And I'm going to touch on all these here. So to begin off, we'll talk about this idea of inclusion. This is a very important topic to us on side government, and I think that we've addressed it fairly well. However, I'll go over what we've said already here. So there was a point brought up by the speaker before me about sort of immunocompromised and people with disabilities. Honorable Speaker, in Canada, we have initiatives and we have protections in place for these people that allow them to work in the general society. And on top of that, this resolution passing does not mean that they do not have the opportunity to work from home and do not have these increased opportunities, Honorable Speaker. It simply means, not at this time, that they are being allowed to continue, that they have that choice, but they are still contributing to the economy in a reasonable and appropriate fashion, Honorable Speaker. Continuing on this point of inclusion, we have the idea of the lowest unemployment rate in Canada right now. Honorable Speaker, this resolution, having people working from home, when people work from home, this is a form of academic elitism because a lot of the jobs that we are proposing that we are seeing lost on side government, that we are seeing lost in downtowns and that we are seeing lost in downtown culture are entry-level jobs. They are jobs that you can get straight out of high school or while you were in high school, but the member would disagree.
Would you not agree that one of the jobs that's seen the largest increase is couriers and package carriers, a job that does not require post-secondary education?
Honorable Speaker, this is not a substitute. If you're talking about things like ableism, if you're talking about things like immunocompromise, having people going out, delivering packages, these are people that could be at baggage jobs. These are people that could be working in coffee shops, that they may have some form of disability or other occurrence, and you're expecting them to go out and be couriers, to go out and carry packages for hours and hours and hours on end? Honorable Speaker, this is not feasible for many people, and this is not feasible for people who aren't disabled. Honorable Speaker, there are many people in this room who that is not a feasible option for, yet they could still work in a coffee shop downtown. But continuing on the idea of couriers, we get to our second topic in the debate today, which is the idea of the environment. Honorable Speaker, on side opposition, they mentioned the idea of carbon emissions and have a very interesting bias towards driving as a commute to work. Honorable Speaker, public transit in cities is responsible for transporting hundreds of thousands of employees to their places of work on a daily basis. Honorable Speaker, these forms of public transport are running on schedules, and these schedules do not end simply because people are working from home. We cannot lessen these public transit opportunities, and therefore, these methods of transport are still running. The carbon emissions from these are still being put into the environment. Further, however, on the topic of couriers, we get an instance of increased consumerism online, as side opposition was pointing out, which, though it is not entirely relevant to this debate, Honorable Speaker, does not promote the idea of reducing carbon emissions. In fact, it increases it because we get more small batch ordering shipments, and therefore that point falls. So, Honorable Speaker, tying back around into the idea of sort of that inclusionary aspect, we talked a lot about families. Honorable Speaker, families and parents and our future generation of children are not going to benefit from people working from home. Honorable Speaker, when you get parents working from home, you get children who are staying at home. You get children who are not engaging in social spheres, and you get things like after-school programs and daycares, which are more expensive because there are fewer of them around. They become further and further from people's place of residence, from people's place of employment, and therefore are harder for the general population to access. In addition to that, Honorable Speaker, it reduces the socialization of children. So if we look at a child who was raised during the pandemic times, where we saw parents working from home, we can see in schools today that they are, as a whole, more rowdy and less well-behaved in the classroom because they do not know how to socialize with their peers, Honorable Speaker. This is a fact. In addition to this, we don't know what the long-term effects of working from home are, and we, on-site government, need to plan for that instance. So we need to be able to set aside financial security for our future, Honorable Speaker. We need to set aside money for those future generations, and we can do that by implementing a tax, Honorable Speaker. So what have I done here for you today? I've reiterated for you why on-side government passing this resolution leads to benefits in the inclusionary nature of Canada, the economic nature of Canada, and Canada's environmental goals, Honourable Speaker. In Canada, we believe in economy over isolation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am so proud to be representing my side opposition on what has been a heated debate of be it resolved that Canada imposes an additional tax on workers who work from home. I am not only proud, but honored to demonstrate how this motion will have immensely detrimental effects to individuals and Canada as a whole. Today, I will be outlining how side government has misinformed, misguided, misrepresented, and overall missed the mark on this motion. After my refutation, I will rebuild my colleagues' points, but to be honest, I don't know if I'll get to it, as there is just so much to unpack. And with that, let's get into some old-fashioned refutation. I am going to start with the first speaker on side government. They said that the status quo is moving to work from home, which is great. I believe, and side opposition believes, that this is a very beneficial thing for Canada, especially because if it wasn't, we would not move towards this motion. There is a reason. Also to bring up, they have not accurately demonstrated the burden of proof that this would be better for Canada rather than detrimental, but you would disagree. For sure. They also, that goes into my second point, they talked about small businesses dying out. Correlation does not equal causation, Honorable Speaker. There are many reasons for the fact that small businesses are dying out that has nothing to do with work from home, because they did not address the fact that I brought up in a POI in the first speaker's speech. What about retail workers? And guess what? They dismissed it. They said, oh, this only equates to coffee shop workers and some service workers. So if the only people that are losing their job are coffee workers, I would say the people over 60 that are retired are still going to be going to coffee shops every day, and that this will not overly impact them. The increase of this is due to the online sphere, and unemployment will decrease or increase if we implement this motion. There is such a rising cost of living right now. We want to increase those rising costs by adding on an additional tax. I don't think we should do that, for the fact that they might not even be able to go into work because they can't afford gas, which they've said, of course, you can take public transit. Like we said on side opposition, not all rural communities have public transit. They also first speaker talked about the work-life balance and how this would affect their work-life balance. There is also an incentive and an ongoing move for governments to make sure and mandate that workers cannot contact, employers cannot contact their workers after their work hours. We have seen this in Ontario, where they have passed legislation where employers cannot contact these employees, making this work-life balance and having constant contact with employers completely fall of a point. And with that, I will move into the second speaker. They said that there is disincentivization and a lack of corporate culture. And they said that there won't be in-person meetings, but with the model they gave, they did say this was 50%, meaning if they wanted to go in person, 2 out of those 3 days could be allocated to those meetings going to work, meaning that they can be productive, getting all those meetings out of the way, and then hone in, focus on the work that they need to do within within those 3 days that they work from home. Also, they talked about mental health, and boy, do we see this as a huge issue on side opposition. Do we know what the biggest factor of mental health problems is in Canada? It's financial stability. Meaning, if we tax the people more that are working from home, this will decrease their mental health exponentially because they will not be able to go out and afford the things that they need. And this also includes things like going to those coffee shops, which with the extra tax, they again wouldn't be able to go out and do, but you would disagree. The members who have lost their jobs, I would like you to give another example other than the coffee shop workers, because you denied retail workers, you denied all the telecom workers that work from home, you denied blue-collar workers who would still have their jobs. There's such a small subset of this economy that does not have to do with work from home. It has to do with automation, it has to do with the online sphere, and many other factors. Again, correlation does not equal causation, and this motion should fall. The other thing that they brought up is equity, diversity, and inclusion. They said that if you can't see it, it's not there. Does that mean that it's just face value? When we put women into the workplace and they want to stay home with their children, they don't mean anything because they're not in the office. No, we see this as extremely beneficial to women in our society because then they have not only the equality, but the equity. That makes them able to work, as before, they may not be able to because they physically can't afford to go out into the workplace every single day. This will include people in rural communities that can't get into the corporate sphere or can't get into town to work. If they were able to broaden their horizons within their own home, how many people in rural communities who are currently struggling could afford more, could be well off? We see that opportunities on places like reserves are very limited. If you're going to further tax them from working from home and lessening their ability to get a good job, I would say this motion has to fall for just that principle alone. And with that, we talk about families, and I want to give one more example. They said that it increases social isolation. And we are so proud to oppose this because it is not true.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker. I am so happy to be able to come up here once again and to prove why side opposition has won this debate. My points, my theme for today is choice, and how it's business's choice, and how we understand that access for people is what's most important, and we want to give people access to be able to get the jobs that they want. I'd like to outline the points that still stand on our side of the House. First off, that Canada is already moving towards working from home. That's been stated exclusively by the first speaker on side government. We already proved that by saying we have a home office tax credit. We know that we're already encouraging working from home as a Canadian government. We believe we should continue doing that. Secondly, they never refuted that this will kill new business growth, which we know it will kill new business growth if these processes, as I stated, have been set up to work in a work-from-home setting. So we are killing the growth of new business. We aren't actually stimulating the economy. Additionally, my second speaker proved that there's more alternative jobs. Sure, there is going to be some turnover in places like coffee shops, but we see additional jobs in logistics. He's already proved that we're in a labor shortage. We have as many jobs as we have ever had for people. They are able to go get jobs, and that's because we've allowed them access to work from home, because we've encouraged it as a government. One of the main points that they made on their side was the negative externalities, and how there's negative externalities towards working from home. My second speaker pointed out that we're converting office buildings into new homes. Isn't that good for people? Aren't we addressing a crisis that directly impacts Canadians by giving them access to homes? Aren't we directly addressing our carbon issues by reducing the amount of driving downtown? Aren't we addressing mental health issues, as my third speaker stated, by giving people financial stability, which so negatively affects their mental health when they don't have it? We've proven that they are going to have access to these jobs. We are in a labor shortage. They have those jobs, so giving them financial stability is important, not taxing them and taking that financial stability away. Because they've proven one thing for us today. They want people to spend money. They want people to spend all their money so they don't have any money left. They can't reinvest in themselves or their families. They will have absolutely nothing. Their childcare they're going to have to pay for. They're not allowed to save for themselves. We believe in the individuality of all Canadians, that they should be able to afford things for themselves, to make decisions for themselves. And that is why we have proven today that we believe that it's people that's most important, and it's their access and their choice that is most important, because they know what is going to make them happiest. And if that's working from home, why would we not encourage that? Additionally, we've proven the point about disabled peoples and people who are immunocompromised. This is still not resolved for them. They've mentioned that an immunocompromised person can just pay the tax. We don't think that we should be disadvantaging those people. We think that they should have access to be able to work from home freely, not that they should be penalized for a necessary condition on their end. This same point stands for disabled people. If you can't drive, working from home might be the only option for you. And if that's your only option, then we don't believe you should be punished for that. We on side opposition believe in the autonomy and the authority of people to know what is best for them, and that is why we believe in the happiness of people, we believe in the authority of people, we believe in the authority of businesses to know what is best. We believe the economy will be strengthened as it has in our current move to work from home. And that is why we are responsible for the economy, we are responsible for our people, and we are responsible for our parents, our children, and all Canadians. That is why
Well, Honorable Speaker, I would first like to state and restate, rather, that we are not compromising choice in this resolution, as side opposition would believe we are. And with that, we are also not killing business, and we are not killing jobs. So that point, first and foremost, falls from their side. Now, I want to do a quick overview of today's round and explain to you why side government has won this round, and explain to you again why this resolution is going to provide a direct benefit to society, which was our burden of proof there. Now, The first thing that I want to touch on is what our first speaker had stated, is talking about the revitalization of those downtown areas, which we already know, due to COVID-19 pandemic, have essentially been eradicated in many large cities. Now, what we're talking about here is the preservation of small businesses within these downtown ecosystems, which is going to lead to what we want to do here is prioritize the economy in those situations and lead to more spending such that those downtown employees can maintain their jobs and we don't have them losing their jobs or losing those opportunities in those downtown areas. Now, one thing that was talked about on opposition side was negative externalities, and mostly they talked about carbon emissions and negative externalities such like that, and I'll touch on that in a minute here too, but what we had proposed is that the greatest negative externality to this is that people are actually losing their jobs because these businesses and these companies are closing down in these areas. Now, under our model, people, as side opposition would have to believe, again, people are not losing their jobs because they're going to be incentivized to work from home, or they're not losing their jobs because they're going to pay a 1.5% tax on this. In fact, there is no effect on that whatsoever, but what there is an effect on is those people in downtown areas losing their jobs. And in fact, those are the people which we have established already, those are the people that are struggling the most, not the people that are working from home, because those are the people that have to be there. They're working in lower income jobs and they have to be there. Now, continuing on to something that I talked about was corporate culture increases productivity. And I talked about how there is a direct correlation between corporate positivity and corporate productivity. Once again, I said, if you like what you do, you're more likely to do it, and you are more likely to excel at it. Now, continuing on to another point, I want to get into the point about consumerism and consumer spending. Now, side opposition would have you believe that people are going to be going broke because they have to spend money on their gas. They have to spend money on gas and spend money on coffees, and this is going to seriously and detrimentally impact them, which is absolutely not the case. Absolutely not the case. A point that simply makes no sense. And one point that side opposition failed to cover on our side was that consumerism is good. People spending money is good. In fact, it's a critical component of the economy that keeps things going, that keeps a circulation of money, keeps a circulation of wealth, and that's something that side opposition just never touched on today, so that point falls to our side of the House. Now, continuing on to some other points made by our third speaker is that, there was this point of how they didn't like public transit, but the reality is, again, on this point of consumerism, public transit is a huge revenue generator for the government. So when we eliminate this, we have everybody working from home, we want those people to be taking public transit and participating in those spending activities such as that. Now, another point that we talked about is, I'll go back to the carbon emissions for a minute here. Now, what we're talking about here with this point, and our third speaker hit on it perfectly, is that we still have, in fact, we have increased carbon emissions from those delivery vehicles that are going to be delivering all of these products from online shoppers. So in the reality, do we actually know if we are mitigating those carbon emissions? We don't, and side opposition failed to prove that to us. Now, overall, we do believe that this resolution is better for Canada, and the detrimental effects are more severe on opposition side, and side government is trying to create a better community. Thank you.
Secondly, we have SwapNow. SwapNow, if you can raise your hand for us. SwapNow returns to your educational pursuits after 27 years of hiatus and graduated from the University of Saskatchewan with a 4-year BA in psychology. Great distinction. She was fast-tracked into the PhD program in Indigenous Studies. Her dissertation examines allyship between Indigenous peoples in Saskatchewan and diasporic South Asians. Her research areas of interest focus on allyship, gender, and critical race theory. SwapNow has been awarded many citations, including the Dean's Special University Graduate Scholarship, and has currently completed her dissertation while enjoying her dream job as a lecturer in the Department of Indigenous Studies. Finally, we have Sydney. Sydney is a litigation associate at McKercher LLP, where she practices mainly in health, insurance, and admin law. As a litigator, Sydney has a love for well-made arguments and debate, and she happily supports students' opportunities that increase hands-on learning. Sydney has experience participating in MUN and debates, and as a law student in Manitoba. She founded the school's annual mini moot competition. I'm good. I'm Speaker of the House and Timekeeper. I may be referred to as Honorable Timekeeper. Honorable Speaker. Each debater will deliver a 7-minute constructive speech. I will be counting down from and providing time signals using these time cards here. 10, so 6, we have 8 minutes left. 5 minutes left, and so on. At 30 seconds, you'll get a C shape. At 10 seconds, I'll count down with fingers. There will be a hard stop for all speeches at 7 minutes. It's going to be a hard stop. I let it slide. I'm like, stop! I will ask you to stop speaking at this time. Points of information will be allowed during the constructive speeches, but not during the first and last minute of these speeches, as this is protected time. I will indicate these moments with a slap, like so. Points of interest are not permitted during the reply speech. Points of clarification are allowed, but may only be offered in the beginning half of the speech. Points will be deducted for any debater who interrupts another excessively or maliciously. Are there any questions regarding the rules? Okay. In that case, I now call upon the first speaker to introduce the government case in 7 minutes.
Thank you, House Speaker. Nowadays, Canada is a progressive society. We care about diverse perspectives, people, and above all, opinions. And what's the issue currently in the status quo? I want you to think of a community. And this community is mostly one type of race, say predominantly Black as an example. However, in the middle of that community is a university, and the only types of students that go there, the only race that attends that university are white people. Inherently, there is no issues with this under the status quo. However, when that community is full of a population that is not represented by that educational institution, we must ask ourselves, is there an issue? And that brings us to the resolution today, which is this House would grant educational institutions the right to weigh race, gender, and sexuality as a positive factor in admissions. Now, in my speech today, I will do 4 things for you. First, I will define the burdens that we are imposing on ourselves as side government and what we need to undoubtedly prove to you today. Second, I will go over what definitions we are using for the purposes of this debate. Third, I will go over side government's implementation plan and how we plan to model this in the real world. And lastly, I will cover side government's constructive points. I will personally talk about how this resolution ensures equitable distribution in society for not only post-secondary students, but also our society at large, while my honorable partner will talk about how this resolution ensures we're upholding Canadian values for years to come.
But before we get into that, let's first talk about the burden that we're setting for ourselves on site government today. And that is that this resolution will undoubtedly benefit marginalized populations, educational institutions, as well as society at large in Canada. For definitions, we're defining this House as the Government of Canada. We're defining educational institutions as publicly funded universities, colleges, etc. We are defining the right to weigh as institutions have the ability to use self-declared race, gender, sexuality by the applicant if it helps the institution reach levels of the community population. For example, if 40% of Black students are eligible to attend post-secondary institution in a community, that university would be able to push through or give greater awareness to the application to meet that quota in the community that the university or post-secondary institution resides in. For positive factor, we are simply defining this as increased likelihood of admission, as this is determined by the university, and ultimately something I will go later on in my implementation and describe further. And so talking about the implementation, we propose a very conservative 10-year deadline just because we understand that this is a complex legal issue, and it also gives enough time for the government as well as these educational institutions to establish standards for these practices with this model. And so as for our model themselves, we are saying we're giving educational institutions the right, meaning they're not obligated to, and what this means is that every year institutions must prove that they are seeking to create a representative population of the communities that they are situated in. Of course, this would not apply to international students, but for domestic students themselves, we would want domestic students to be representative of the communities that they foster. And so the biggest point we have on site government today is we want to differentiate the difference between equity and equality. A simple definition is equality is giving everyone the same thing and expecting everyone to be able to achieve the same results. However, on site government, we believe in equity, which is giving those individuals that are marginalized a better opportunity because giving them the same thing as everyone else sometimes, and most oftentimes, is not enough. This is an issue we see currently in Canadian society, specifically related to educational institutions, and we want to ensure that this is not an issue moving forward. And so by identifying race, gender, and sexuality, these individuals will have a higher chance of statistically being admitted to these institutions in their respective communities. And this is beneficial in a multitude of ways. However, side opposition seems to not agree.
How is the government going to ensure that there's no corruption and abuse of power from members of, or by people claiming to be members of marginalized communities when they're actually not?
Well, of course, we can't check everyone's actual race, but that's the main reason why we're using a self-declared system. So if you self-declare that you are a specific race, gender, or sexuality, we'll take you in the best faith and assume that you won't lie, as that's really what most university admissions are. And in addition to that, we mentioned in our implementation that institutions themselves would not be able to abuse the system. For example, they might have a large percentage of minorities to appear better to stakeholders or as a pillar of the community, when in fact those populations are not representative of the community. And so we have a government body that would ensure that these standards are being followed by these institutions every year. And so by enabling these Canadian educational institutions to have this ability to consider these factors such as race, gender, and sexuality without the potential repercussions and liability of simply choosing someone for those aspects, it creates a higher chance of those marginalized individuals actually having a chance to succeed in the post-secondary world, as well as the eventual workforce that they will enter. And this is important because as Canadians, I think we all agree that we are a diverse society. Not at this time, thank you. That we are a diverse society, and I think it's only fair that we give every single person the same opportunity to achieve those results. We cannot say that as Canadians, we care about diversity and we embrace it if we cannot give those who are diverse and are actually representative of the communities the equal opportunity to do so. And currently, under the status quo, what side opposition's status quo is that the status quo is believing in equality, and as I've told you today, that doesn't cut it. We need to talk about principles like equity, which is ensuring that those who are disadvantaged are actually getting the resources and assistance they need to succeed in this world, because more oftentimes, the things that limit them from attending these institutions is not their race, gender, or sexuality, but rather extrinsic factors because they are marginalized populations. And so what I've told you today is that side government believes in equity, not equality, which is what's currently happening in the status quo. And what this will do is ensure that these marginalized individuals from these groups are getting equal access to education and that we're upholding Canadian values for years to come. And by accepting these, by having a higher chance of these students being accepted, we are creating a society that is representative of the populations that these individuals live in and ensuring that these views and perspectives are represented in the workforce, educational institutions, as well as these individuals themselves. And that's for those reasons why this resolution must pass. Thank you, House Speaker.
Does this mic work? No, I don't think so. Okay. Okay, makes sense. Okay. Honorable Speaker, this government states that they believe in equity. And you know what? Our opposition absolutely agrees. We believe in creating equitable solutions that allow people who are disadvantaged to attend school. But the reality is that the government doesn't truly understand what causes the most inequality in educational admissions. The truth is that focusing educational institutions' efforts on factors like race, gender, and sexuality doesn't truly address the underlying inequalities that are present in college admission systems. The burden today, as the government stated it, was that we would like to revise the government's burden today and say that instead of proving, and say that we would like the government today to prove this resolution would actually address the underlying inequalities that are present in the college admissions system, and not just those in purely representation. So today, we're going to be speaking about how, as I said, these factors do not actually address the true underlying equalities present in this system. And then our future speeches, we're going to be talking about how this may present a change in the perception of colleges and universities as meritocratic institutions. So the government believes in equity, as I said, and we agree, but the burden that they set doesn't actually address solving inequality. What it does is it addresses making universities more representative of the demographics in that system. But that doesn't actually get the kids who are disadvantaged from these schools from attending these schools into attending and going to those universities. Also, the government says that self-declared status is going to be the basis for this system, but self-declared status actually does have a history of being abused in college admissions and other systems within colleges. For example, there's been a history of university professors lying about these statistics and falsifying these traits in order to obtain grant funding. So my question for the government is how they believe that their system that they have laid out isn't going to lead to abuse with this self-declared system. And as of yet, they provided nothing, but the speaker appears to disagree. Yes, but that doesn't address my question at all of how making that so they are affecting admissions actually prevents the use of those or prevents the falsifying of those characteristics. The government simply hasn't answered that question, and it's something they've failed to prove so far. Additionally, in the government's implementation plan, they set a limit of they set a time of 10 years for this program, which is simply far too long. And the government is going to be by doing this is going to be washing their hands of this problem without actually addressing, as I said, the underlying inequalities that are present in the college admission system. The government has also not addressed how unconscious bias is something that can't be accounted for, and the government hasn't addressed how, by providing these characteristics to schools and letting schools make these decisions based on characteristics like race, gender, and sexuality, that you're not going to see unconscious biases seeping through from the people who make these admissions decisions, and how the right to weigh those traits as positive as positive factors won't be actually taken as negative factors by recruiter or admissions professionals who have unconscious biases. So today I want to speak about how the government isn't actually doing anything to address, as I said, the true causes of inequality in college admissions. So by focusing educational institutions efforts on factors like race, gender, and sexuality. It doesn't address the fact that the income bracket that you were born into is actually what affects your ability to go to college and your ability to get a true education more than any other factor by far. Ultimately, the greatest barrier of college admissions is, as I said, the income brackets and not these other factors. Low-income people do not have the functional early life experiences that will get them into university in the first place, and the government has failed to address this. Nothing matters for higher education more than early life experience, and that's something that comes much easier to people who are born into those income brackets and those class distinctions where they have the ability to gain that experience early on. The government is attempting to place a Band-Aid over a problem by addressing college admissions themselves, which doesn't address how low-income families rarely have the ability to put their children in the admissions process for colleges in the first place. Additionally, the government speaks about quotas, but quotas are purely performance-driven instead of process-driven. We should be focusing on how we can get these kids into a position where they're able to apply for universities and they're able to succeed, but my opponent seems to disagree. Absolutely, I agree. And that's why I'm asking you how we're able to get, as I said, the kids born into the lower income brackets into universities instead of them not gaining that early life experience that's actually going to get them in the first place. So I agree, absolutely. People who go to university are able to gain valuable experience, but many of these kids aren't getting into university in the first place because they're not set up in life in a way that's going to actually get them into those universities, which the government has failed to address. So how does the government's model address getting these kids into schools? Income can prevent families from ever having the ability to send kids to college in the first place. How is a family who's barely holding on financially able to hire the tutors or help their kids study or have them not have to work a part-time job to fund their future education going to be able to get out of their prescribed income bracket if they can never afford to send their kids to school in the first place? The government simply hasn't addressed how we're actually going to be getting these kids into the position to apply for college and to apply for university and gain that education and gain those leadership skills instead of them simply dropping out due to the low income bracket that they're born into. So today I've told you why the government's motion fails to address the underlying inequalities that are present in society and why their implementation plan is ultimately flawed and will be unable to produce satisfactory outcomes for our society. Our second speaker will speak on why this system might or will cause a lagging in the process or in the perception of these universities as meritocratic institutions. And will provide further commentary on why the government's solution is ultimately flawed. Thank you.
Thank you, House Speaker. So what is it that we're here to talk about today? We are here to talk about making a positive impact for those who are in minorities to have the opportunity to a better education so they can build themselves a better life. Now I'm going to do a few things for you today. First, I'm going to start off with some light refutation for my honorable opponent's points, as well as offer our final constructive point about how passing this resolution contributes and sustains Canadian values. So the first thing I'm going to actually do is really recenter what it is that we're here to discuss today. So with the passing of this motion, the purpose is to have positive change on those minorities so that they have a better chance of getting into those schools. What we are not doing, and what this resolution is not put forth to do, is to solve the whole educational system about how people are actually brought up. That is a total separate issue that can be addressed in a separate resolution. But what we're here to do today is to talk about schools and to talk about that first step to making sure that people can have a better opportunity for school. So one of the things that I would like to address first is this issue they've taken with our self-declaration. First up, I would just like to declare that under the resolution, we are also talking about things such as gender and sexuality. So quite frankly, those can only be declared by the individual themselves. No person can look at me and know my gender or my sexuality, and so for that point also falls. When we're also talking about self-declarative status, we have to think about this in the bigger picture. We want to take a holistic approach where we can make a better change. In any system, there is always going to be people who may take advantage of something on a small fact, but that doesn't mean that we should totally not make any steps to help anyone. The purpose of our resolution is that by passing this, we will help people. And with the small risk that some people may take advantage of it, it is not worth foregoing the opportunity for these people to have a better life, but you may seem to disagree.
Honorable Speaker, would you not agree that under your system, you're further incentivizing these like false self-reports because now there's a benefit associated with them, which only exacerbates the problems with the people who actually meet these values facing?
So this just represents to us today how side opposition really doesn't understand the purpose of why we are here today. We want to make sure that those people who actually identify in those roles and take those roles in society are able to get help. And what we are saying on our side of the house is we are not willing to risk those individuals having those opportunity to have positive change for a mere risk, a small risk that some people may take advantage of it. It is not worth not helping those individuals just because of that point there. The next thing that I would like to address was this idea of unconscious bias and that sort of thing. And my partner in his first piece actually addressed this because what we are doing today is to make sure that we're working towards a proportion of individuals representing the population. So we have the population, the proportion of individuals, that is what we are aiming to achieve. So this idea of, like they may not want them in because of these reasons and this and that, at the end of the day, there is that proportion that they're aiming to achieve. And by passing this resolution, we are making it easier to identify those individuals so that proportion of the population can be identified and pushed through. Another thing that was brought up is this idea of early life experience, and I'm really glad that you brought it up today because it really supports our side of the house as the purpose of why we really are here today. So this early life experience that people may have changes their ability to perform in various degrees that these educational institutions are using to gain admission to these universities. So when we're talking about this, if I'm comparing two different individuals, one came from a place where they have lots of resources versus less resources. Well, it's not really fair to compare the merit and the score of that individual against someone else. Because that individual, that may be the highest score for their demographic, and it's fantastic. And I think we should reward those people so that they can be put forward. But comparing them against someone else who has all of these extra resources isn't an even playing field and definitely does not contribute to all of these diverse people being able to be integrated into the education system. So, this now brings me into my constructive point here, which is we are Canada, not at this time, thank you, and Canadian values diversity. Now, with diversity, we can create systems and things to support people, but at the very end of the day is I can't help someone unless they are identified. Unless I know who they are, I need to know who I'm lifting up in order to lift them up. So on our side of the house, by having this self-declaration, someone can wave their hand and say, hey, I need this support, I need this extra help here. We can actually create change. With the status quo, without actually identifying these individuals, I can't do anything to help that person. So on our side of the house, by doing this, we are able to help it out. Now, this also contributes to this idea of diverse perspectives and creating a positive impact for Canada. The best thing you can bring to a team environment, to anything really, is diverse perspectives. Now, when we're looking at Canada as a whole, with these diverse perspectives being able to be brought together, we can create positive change for Canada. Now, how does this relate to our resolution today? We are talking about these educational institutions where people can develop their skills to be in that conversation. Lots of these careers have barriers where you are required to have that degree to get into that role. And those big factor roles are involved in that conversation about how to make positive change for Canada. Not this time, thank you. So, by having this ability to identify these individuals through self-declaration, we're able to make sure that our people are more representative of the population, get them past that barrier of that educational system so they can move into those roles and be integrated into this conversation to create better conversation and better impact for Canada as a whole. On our side of the house, this is our first step. There's tons more to do, and they'll tell you that it's not enough. But the point is that our resolution is going to positively impact those students, the institutions, and society as a whole. And this is our first step to get there. And by doing this, we make sure that those people who are self-declaring get that support, get uplifted, so they can join the conversation. And Canada as a whole can grow and have those perspectives so that we can really better understand our people and better apply it to be moving forward. So today, we are focused on helping the little guy, helping those people who need that additional support, and this is the best way to do it. Thank you, House Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, it is very clear today that both sides of the House want equitable solutions. On side opposition today, we've brought to you this key idea of addressing the root issue and not just putting Band-Aids over the symptoms. Now, in my constructive, I'm going to talk about how these Band-Aid solutions proposed by side government actually exacerbate the already existing issues these minorities face in their journey for these equitable solutions. So, I'd like to start off with some clash before I get into my argument that this whole idea of meritocracy and the idea that putting these quotas in will impact the way these visible minorities are already perceived and actually create more animosity towards them. So, firstly, we have this opening comment from side government that, okay, Canada is a progressive society, we're doing better things. And yes, this is true, but ultimately, I'd like to remind you all that we still have biases. And without the proper implementation and actual education for these people that we're trying to uplift, we're not going to create a safe space for them, which is what a lot of my case rests on today. Not at this time, please. So, first of all, we get a lot of discourse from our side government that we have to even the playing field and that by having all these sort of diverse perspectives, we're gonna all learn together, and we believe that this is sort of a rosy picture. Simply having quotas is not really enough to get everybody integrated and to get all this education going, because if we have these people who come in from different who are visible minorities coming in based on this idea of the quota, the perception will be that they're only there because of this and not because of their actual ability, which is very harmful to them in their journey of university. Secondly, they talk about not wanting to, overhaul the whole education system, but we actually believe this is the problem. If we don't target the root and simply just try to address the symptoms, we're not really creating any sort of meaningful change. Secondly, they want to introduce this idea of quotas and how schools are going to meet this sort of quota in relation to the population, but we see this as very problematic because it opens the doors to performative activism. If schools just simply fill this quota, they can effectively wash their hands of making meaningful change and helping these people settle in and creating safe spaces for them, which is not what we want on our side of the house. Yes, I'll take your POI. All right, so yes, having people there is definitely a good thing. However, in my constructive, I'm going to actually talk about how this sort of quota can sort of sway public perception and create the idea that these people are not qualified, which ultimately impacts their ability to meaningfully contribute when they're surrounded by this sort of negativity. So these systems ultimately detract and undermine from the goal that they're trying to achieve, which is uplifting visible minorities and actually making an impact in universities. So I'd like to point out that yes, even though we are progressive, we all sort of have unconscious biases, and that by putting these quotas, which will be made publicly available information to all our peers in these schools, classmates will see this and they will start to believe, they will start to see that these people and their differences are being put on blast. When they see this, they're going to suddenly, turn their attention towards this and maybe come up with this misconstrued misperception that people are only there because of these quotas and not because of their actual merit. So we know that university already is super, super competitive. People are very much about their skill set and they put a very high value on your ability and, your right to be here. Now, if we take this from a more personal perspective, I'm sure all of us as university students have dealt with imposter syndrome, doubting whether we actually belong and whether we deserve a seat at the table. And we think that in this context of minorities, when they already face these self-doubts and pressures, they too might turn this inwards and sort of internalize this mentality that they might only be there because of the quota, which is not what we want to see for minority groups that already struggle with this sort of issue. All right. Also, we do not want to promote this narrative that people are only here with a leg up and that they're only there because we have these quotas in place. And ultimately, we think that by having these quotas, by having these sort of quotas that side government is proposing, we're feeding into this and creating a very toxic and potentially detrimental learning environment for people who do come to university. And ultimately, they won't be able to make those sort of contributions that their side of the house keeps talking about. So I'd also like to point out that it's especially important in university that we create safe spaces for people that are free of these sort of judgments and free of like all the spotlight on our differences. Ultimately, we believe university is a very important place for collaboration, and it's important that people are exposed to all these different sorts of groups in a safe environment, in an environment that isn't putting them on blast with these types of quotas. Yes, I'll take your BLI.
Would you not agree that even if being there for minority purposes, that they are the ones who can actually change the conversation and change that perception?
All right, I think this is a really idealistic view of how this actually works because I think public biases are something that are very difficult to overcome. And yes, with time, they might change the conversation. But I would like to remind you, side government does not do anything in their implementation plan aside from setting quotas. There's no education, there's no meaningful discussions, and it's ultimately just like, okay, here's the number, and now we're all going to be fixed, which is not really how this plays out in the real world. All right. So I'd like to point out that visible minorities already face a lot of stereotypes of incompetency, and if they are put into this situation where suddenly, you know, these quotas are in place and they're highlighted for having these sort of differences, it doesn't actually contribute to any sort of productive learning. It's only highlighting that they're different. There's no discussion. There's nothing other than pointing out these differences. So I'd like to also point out that university is an especially critical place for safe spaces to be created because ultimately this is the step that helps people overcome a lot of these systematic barriers. So it's important that we create a space in which people don't feel like their differences are being put on blast and all their classmates might be judging their credibility because this is very detrimental overall. So our side of the house has told you today that we want to focus on the root causes of these sort of inequitable scenarios that make it difficult for minorities. We also have addressed the fact that simply putting a Band-Aid over these sort of symptoms that we see arising from this inequitable system only exacerbates the problem through swaying the public perception by the fact that biases are already there. Ultimately, side opposition wants to create safe spaces for these visible minorities in university, which should be a safe space for people, which ultimately will help them overcome these barriers, graduate, and make meaningful contributions. So, on our side of the house today, we want to point out that we do not want to isolate these people and put them on blast and create this animosity for them. And for these reasons, side opposition is proud to oppose the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We as side government believe that granting educational institutions the right to use self-declared identity factors in the admissions process will benefit marginalized groups, educational institutions, and Canadian society as a whole. And it is for these reasons that we're so proud to propose the motion before the House today. In my speech, I'll first be going over some refutation of what's been brought up by side opposition, and then I'll be going over my partners' points and telling you why they still stand and why ultimately side government takes this debate. All right, let's jump right into some refutation. So we heard of the first speaker, this worry about sort of corruption or abuse of the system, and they're not very happy with our implementation plan, which I think my partners have already effectively dealt with, but let me just cover it again just to be clear. We self-declarative status as being necessary for things as defined in the resolution, such as gender and such as sexuality, because ultimately, you as an individual are the one person who could determine those things. So we think that that is important, an important reason why we use the self-declarative tool. And even if
we take them at their best. And we say that some people will take advantage of the system in whatever way that they so pessimistically think that they will. We believe that actually the benefits that you get on our side of the house completely outweigh any harms of this. Why is this? It's not worth the cost to limit someone from an equity-seeking group the ability to get a better education and to further themselves and their communities in Canadian society, just simply to avoid, perhaps a small, tiny little percentage of other people attempting to sneak in on the system and get in on some other merits. And we already have safeguards in this as proposed by my partner's implementation plan, so we think that that's effectively dealt with. The next thing that we hear out of the first speaker on side opposition is about barriers to admissions. And there are two main barriers that come up. We hear about socioeconomic barriers, and we also hear about biases. So let's talk about biases. Sure, biases exist, and everybody knows that they exist in society. However, actually, under our side of the house, these biases are mitigated by our plan to represent the population in the educational institutions. When you have a greater percentage of groups from a minority race or perhaps a gender or sexuality that is less represented, when you have that representation in the educational system, this does two things. First of all, it allows us people to become part of the conversation and to become part of the change for the future. And second of all, it inspires more people from their own groups to be able to make this change as well. But you seem to disagree.
Would you not agree that if there's more tension created by the fact that some people might think that those people don't actually belong in that institution, we're effectively forcing them out, forcing them away from the discussion table?
I don't think so at all. And here's why. When you implement a plan such as our plan, you're actually allowing these people, for the first time perhaps in their lives, to actually feel as if they belong, as if they have a seat at the table. Why is this beneficial? Well, because in order to be heard, you first have to enter the room where the conversation is happening. Under their side of the house, under the status quo, people from minority groups such as equity-seeking groups in terms of race, gender, or sexuality are currently boxed out of the conversation at all. So you can't get any meaningful change on their side of the house. However, what my partners and I bring to you is an actual plan that will help these groups seek equity and seek the education that they deserve to better themselves, to better their communities, and to overall better Canadian society. So that deals with the bias point. They've also told you that there will be barriers in terms of socioeconomic status. Now, I think what they overlook is a couple of key distinctions. First of all, they talk about early life education, but do they not realize that early life education, such as primary and secondary school, is provided by the Canadian government for free? So that really doesn't have anything to do with socioeconomic status. And secondly, even if we don't consider that point, there are things like bursaries available, bursaries and scholarships for these students to be able to have the financial means to achieve their educational goals. So those things already happen. And an additional point to this, in terms of socioeconomic status, is that Canada can actually grow in the future so that these marginalized communities can better themselves. We're helping them to help themselves, and I think that that is a key distinction that side opposition does not have on their side of the house. Ultimately, we believe that education is a fundamental stepping stone to create change, and that is a goal, once again, that you only get under side government's model. All right, that's effectively dealt with the first speaker. Now let's move on to what the second speaker on side opposition has told you. So the second speaker comes up here and talks a lot about the problems in general with fulfilling quotas and reduces our entire model and implementation plan just to, oh, they're fulfilling quotas. Well, it's actually not that simple. As of right now, we would tell you that minority groups are currently out of the conversation altogether. As my partners and I have mentioned multiple times throughout this debate, people cannot be heard if they are not actually in the conversation. In order to identify the groups that actually need help, we need to have them self-identify, and we need to have them helped under this system. When equity-seeking groups are accepted at a higher rate into post-secondary education, what happens? Well, they become part of the conversation. They become part of the change. When you see a member of your community who has perhaps the first person in their family to go to university or to pursue a post-secondary education of some sort, that inspires the member of the community to continue making this change, and then inspires the communities and the Canadian society overall. But you seem to disagree.
Don't you think by having a quota system in place and by making people self-declare, when people lie about it just so that they know they're going to have a better chance of getting in, don't you think it's going to dilute the value of those people's voices who are actually minority groups?
No, I don't believe so. Two responses to this. First of all, as I've already said, we believe it's only a tiny, tiny percentage of people that may take advantage of the system. Second response is that even if that is true, the people who are seeking this change currently under your side of the house have absolutely no means to make this change. They have no mechanisms to actually further themselves. There are constant barriers that they face to get into education, which we know is an important, crucial part of getting into the job market and bettering themselves and the communities. And under our side of the house, we actually fix those problems, as my partners and I have told you today. So ultimately, we can see why on our side of the house, we've told you about how people get equity and opportunity, how they get better access to education, how we get more diverse educational institutions, and also how all of those things together contribute to a better Canadian society. And it is because we believe that by granting the educational institutions the right to use these self-declared identity factors, that they will benefit marginalized groups, educational institutions, and overall Canadian society. So proud to propose.
I thank the member for their remarks. The time elapsed was 6 minutes, 58 seconds. The third opposition speaker will now deliver the last speech opposing the case.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. Anyways, it's fine.
Honorable Speaker, I want to go to law school. It's been a dream for a long time. I've wanted it since I was a little kid, and there are a couple of steps that it takes to get you into law school. I'm going to tell you about them. The first is that you have to take your LSAT. Your LSAT costs $100 to take the actual test, and then another $100 to pay for the materials to prepare you for that test. You also need to apply to law school, obviously. It costs about $300 to do that, plus $115 for every additional school that you want to apply to. So, at the start of that, $500 seems like the most visible barrier for me to go to law school, right? But there's one extra thing that you need. You need references. And where do you get those references? You get them from extracurriculars, and you get them from your school. Both of those things require two things. The first is time, and the second is money. You need to have the time to do school and to do extracurriculars. You need to have the money to go to school and to go to your extracurriculars. So the theme for the case on side opposition today is addressing root problems and not symptoms. And so in that case, the root problem in this situation is not my race, it's not my gender, and it's not my sexuality. It's the fact that I needed to have parents who could pay for extracurriculars and the school that I went to. I'm going to do three things for you today. I'm going to rebuild our arguments, I'm going to refute the government's case, and I'm going to reframe this debate. So, I'm going to go into argument one for our side of the house, which was that affirmative action doesn't actually address the problem because the problem isn't a race, gender, or sexuality problem, it's a tax bracket problem, right? When you're in the lower tax bracket, you're not actually as able to experience those extracurriculars. You're probably working two jobs. You might be, going to school, going to night classes because you're working those two jobs. You don't have the time to build out that well-rounded profile that as business students, we all know you need to actually succeed and get into higher education. So as a high school student, if you're trying to get into post-secondary education and you physically don't have the money to do so, it doesn't seem like the barrier is your race, gender, or sexuality. It's the barrier is being able to pay for your costs. So that's the fundamental part of our case today. And the government brought up some points of opposition to it. The first was a POI that was brought up in the first member's speech, that university is good for people and that there's increased opportunity for people who are going to university. And we say, absolutely, let's get people into university. But establishing a self-declaration system is the wrong way to do that. First, it opens us up to abuse and corruption, but more than that, university is more than just getting in. It's about feeling like you belong in that space and feeling safe to learn. And we think that if you're a minority who people think you just got in there into university because you're a minority, you're not going to feel safe to learn at all. You're not going to feel safe to enter spaces of discussion and enter spaces of discourse. They also brought up the idea, not at this time, thank you, they also brought up the idea of resources and how it's unfair for one person to have more resources and get into more places and then other people to have less resources and get into
fewer places. And we're glad they brought this up. This actually perfectly illustrates our side of the house today, where we think that if you have fewer resources, that is the root of the problem. It has nothing to do with race, gender, or sexuality. It actually has more to do with whether you can pay to experience things and build out that well-rounded profile. And finally, they brought up this last point of clash with our point that there's no way to help people if they don't say, "Hi, I need help." And we disagree with this on two fronts. First, marginalized groups say that they need help all the time. And they're notoriously against self-declaration and quotas. So we think that from the perspective of a minority group, their side of the house is actually not fulfilling any benefit to marginalized people or marginalized groups at all. All right, so to get into argument 2 from our side of the House, we said that this resolution detracts from the accomplishments of visible minorities. We think that we're doing a disservice to these groups by making them put their race, their gender, or their sexuality before their academic and extracurricular achievements. Well, on their side of the house, they said that, yeah, we have all these extracurricular achievements and all these resources on our side of the house, but race, gender, and sexuality should come before that. And we don't think that's fundamentally true because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether you're a rich black person or a poor white person. Those two people are still going to end up in different places in life because they're not. They're fundamentally able to pay for different things in life. We think that money is the root of the issue here. All right, I'm going to get into some refutation now and get into some clash. So the government brought forward two fundamental arguments today. The first is that educational institutions should be representative of the populations in them. And we think that yes, absolutely. But instead of doing what the government says, the experiences of visible minorities time and time again, and other marginalized groups time and time again, have said that self-declaration systems are unfair and doing a disservice to them, and that quotas don't actually solve any problems, and more likely than not result in performative activism by institutions and organizations that just care about getting that photo and putting it on a pamphlet somewhere, so that people can see how diverse they are. We don't think that that's actually serving minorities in any sort of way. They also said that passing this resolution contributes and sustains Canadian values of diversity. And we'd like to ask, our Canadian values? Well, we think the best way to diversify Canadian institutions is not actually a self-declaration system. And I've already addressed why, but we think that the Canadian values of diversity are not actually performative activism or anything like that. We think that fundamentally Canadians value authentic diversity. They value people actually having a seat at the table and actually being able to speak in safe places. And we think that this resolution doesn't actually do anything to serve that. All right, so I'm going to reframe this debate around the burden that the government set for themselves. And they set this burden that they were going to benefit marginalized people, benefit educational institutions, and benefit general society as a whole. So I want to clarify one thing. First of all, the burden for side opposition today is not to prove anything or to set up any system that kind of goes directly against what they're trying to do. The burden for us is to prove that they have not fulfilled their burden, and here's how. First, we're not benefiting marginalized people in this resolution because we're actually doing a disservice by not recognizing their institutions. For those reasons, thank you.
I thank the member for their remarks. The time elapsed was 7 minutes. At this time, there will be a 2-minute break while teams prepare their reply speeches.
Honorable Speaker, our opposition today has told you how the government is merely addressing the symptoms of inequality and not the root problems. That is the crux of our argument today, and that is why we believe that the government has not fulfilled their burden and why their motion should ultimately be rejected today. The government is so focused on college admissions as the be-all, end-all of solving inequality in education. They say they want to take a holistic approach to helping people, and yet their solution represents an incredibly narrow-minded approach by focusing on one factor, college admissions, as a means to wash their hands of the true inequalities present in our society and perpetuated by the university system. You don't solve inequality by allowing people into colleges without addressing how we get those people into the position to apply for university and succeed in university and reap the benefits from that university in the first place. The government wants to engage in this performative model in order to avoid actually changing the status quo today, and that is why we believe that their motion should ultimately be rejected. The government has failed to answer a number of vital questions today, including the following. They haven't answered how they would avoid unconscious biases from playing a role in the admissions process, leaving the door open for biased admissions professionals to influence the admissions decisions, ultimately degrading the integrity of these universities. They haven't answered how they're going to avoid people taking advantage of their system and ultimately taking seats away from those who deserve to be there by falsifying their self-identified characteristics. They haven't addressed how they're going to educate admissions professionals on how to adequately judge the characteristics they've outlined without falling victim to their internalized biases that we've discussed at length. They haven't addressed how they'll be working to uplift the disadvantaged groups in our society from the ground up and from the roots, instead of focusing on making college admissions more representative, a mere symptom of the real problem. How does a simple quota, as they've outlined, actually help solve the long-term inequalities that have tainted the college and university systems since time immemorial? The class and income bracket issues, which again, as we've outlined, are the greatest barriers to people attending universities from these disadvantaged classes. The government believes that helping these minorities with giving them a higher likelihood of being accepted into university will help them come to the discussion table to talk these ideas out. But having people present alone does not create conversation. And the government with this statement once again exposes the fact that they haven't spoken to anything about how they're going to put these disadvantaged groups into the financial position to attend college in the first place. How are these students going to make a difference in the conversation if they're never able to afford a seat at the table in the first place? It's just something they failed to address and a major reason why their motion isn't actually going to solve the problem today. As our third speaker discussed, university and its value is about far more than simply getting in. The government could be spending their time working on how to help students from disadvantaged groups actually attend, stay in, finish, and reap the benefits of a full university education that will better address the inequalities present in our system once and for all, uplifting people out of their disadvantaged origins, and ultimately making our society more equal and more equitable. Today, the opposition has outlined the many flaws in the logistics and methodology of the government's proposal. The government has not proven that they have fulfilled their burden of helping solve inequalities present and perpetuated by the university admissions system. And for these many reasons and more, we are incredibly proud to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The time lapse was 3 minutes, 36 seconds. We'll now hear the propositions from by speech.
Thank you, House Speaker. So what is it that we're here to discuss today? This House would grant educational institutions the right to weigh race, gender, and sexuality as a positive factor in admissions. Now, there is a clear distinction and clear confusion on opposition side of the House about what the real issue is when it comes to issues that people in these race, gender, and sexual minorities actually face. They do not have a price. They do not have a sticker value. If the sole difference between someone getting into university was money, and if the only thing that we're discussing right now is money, we can call this debate right now, and we can discuss bursaries, which already exist. What we are here to discuss is the real impacts and the real differences that these people face that are really preventing them from getting into these universities. I would first like to call out a contradiction on our side here of the House, where they say that in order to get into university, in order to do university, you need to have money, and that the sole factor of fixing that is finances and getting those funds, which I will say can be addressed by bursaries. Then they also get on to how they come up with different lives and how they have no place to get there regardless. They gave the example of a white person and a black person, both with money, and how they're going to end up in different places in life. So there's a contradiction there, which just shows that side opposition really doesn't understand the purpose of this debate today. So the point we are addressing, we're not talking about money. We're talking about how these people are put at a disadvantage so that they can't have their voices heard. Now, the burden that we've set forth for ourselves today is that we need to prove that this will positively impact minorities, education, and society. Now, we're not saying that this is a Band-Aid and it's going to fix everything. We've told you this. We've told you this. It's going to be the first step. This is the first step to enact positive change. And side opposition hasn't shown us that by doing this, it negatively impacts the minorities, the education system, or society. Now, on our side of the House, we can offer you all three, and this is why we have satisfied our burden today. With minorities, they have the opportunity through this quota in order to get into these institutions and be a part of those conversations. They have an opportunity to improve themselves and also improve their society as well by bringing forward these diverse perspectives so they can be a part of the conversation. Side opposition wants you to believe that there's this big scary factor of someone abusing the system and taking advantage. But I've already said this, that sexuality and gender cannot be declared by anyone else but yourself. So for that point also falls. But if we were going to address the concept of self-declaring your identity or your race or anything and how that could pose issues, we are beyond what the purpose is today. We are here to make positive change. And on our side of the House, we are saying it is not worth taking away that opportunity of those in those minority groups just because one extra person might check off that box. It is not worth it. On our side of the House today, we want to make sure that education, society, and minorities are benefited. And on our side of the House, by passing this resolution, this is the first step, and we will get all three. We make sure that the education system get these diverse perspectives, they can develop further, and people actually get a better education, hearing and listening to all of these voices. Society in Canada, we are enforcing our Canadian values to encourage diversity and have everyone a part of this conversation. And that is exactly what we are here to propose. We have discussed this prior when we were talking about representing the population. Who truly is in this society around me? And we want to make sure that they're incorporated. And we've also talked about how this sustains Canadian values so that we can move forward with these diverse perspectives. And the reason we've won today is because by passing this resolution, we get all three. Minorities benefit, education, and the society as a whole. And for that, this resolution must pass.
I thank the member for concluding the debate. The time elapsed was 4 minutes. Judges, please complete your ballot. Judges are not permitted to offer feedback at this time. If there are competitors and observers are asked to leave the room.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for having us here today to discuss this very important resolution. This House will grant educational institutions the right to weigh race, gender, and sexuality as a positive factor in admissions. So the status quo in Canada currently is there's a saturation in professional industries of white males at the top, leading corporations and making decisions that affect all Canadians. The top 20 organizations in North America have a majority of white CEOs, and we believe that this is a gap in having a proper representation of Canadians and the values that we uphold as a country. Industries and corporations have seen the benefit of diverse workplaces and have began enacting quotas for having a percentage of minorities in their workforce. So when we look at what industries are doing in practice, we see them valuing having minorities present in the workplace, and we believe that institutions, educational institutions should follow fit and have the same mentality moving forward in order to have proper workers available for the industries moving forward. So minority groups can be disadvantaged individuals and sometimes lack access to education and the opportunities that more privileged individuals have in our society. So the need for change today is that we want to incentivize educational institutions to weigh positively minority groups in administrative processes in order to foster diversity that we value in this country and in industries moving forward. So this resolution will remove barriers for women, queer communities, and minority races in the admissions process into educational institutions. So to define a few terms in this resolution today, educational institutions will be including post-secondary institutions, meaning universities, colleges, and trade schools. As well, the idea of a positive factor when we're looking at admissions is seeing the race, gender, and sexuality as a positive factor. But what this will include is that individuals have to meet the minimum criteria to apply for the program. So once they are in the admissions process, that is when it can be used as a positive factor. They cannot get into the administrative process until they have reached the basic criteria. So for example, a grade 12 education would be required, or things like this that are prominent to the program they're applying for. However, once they're in this administrative process, they would be able to have their minority be seen as a positive because they offer a diverse opinion, a diverse background that can be beneficial to the educative process as well as in the industries they work in once they are done school. Moving on to the speaker order for side government. So I will be talking about the value of diversity and as well as why disadvantaged people deserve this opportunity to get into these programs. Our second speaker will be talking about the long-term implications and why this is important for Canadians moving forward. And our third speaker will expand deeper onto these points. So moving on to my constructive arguments. I want to talk about first the idea of why certain individuals are disadvantaged in our country, leading with a few examples. So we'll talk about, for example, teen mothers as well as individuals living on reserves. Those will be the two examples I go through. But I'd like to first lay out how the admission process currently works. It is heavily focused on grades as well as volunteer hours, involvement in the community. These are the things that admissions are looking for when they are getting people into their programs. However, some disadvantaged groups do not have the opportunity to focus on getting high grades or having volunteer hours or being involved in clubs because of the position they're in, the socioeconomic position they are put into. So looking at a teen mom, due to this being a teen mother, they're unable to focus on grades, they're unable to be involved in school curricular activities because they may have a child that is a very important part of their lives. And we believe that just because of this, that does not mean that they are not a valuable asset to an educational institution. They have a very rich background and experience that can be beneficial in the industries they go into. Looking at someone who lives on a reserve, they might have to travel further for education. They might have to deal with other issues such as not having clean drinking water or not having access to the same resources. That does not mean they are not, they do not have the, sorry, I'll take you through that this time.
Honorable Speaker, would side government not agree that the reason why all the things that she's listing can actually be addressed through scholarships and not an admission fee?
Thank you, but in order to get a scholarship, you actually have to be in the program first. So scholarships do not do enough on their own. We want to help individuals get into the door. So like I was saying, these individuals, they sometimes are facing situations that do not equal having high grades, having volunteer experience, having these other assets that institutions look for. So what we want to see is we want to see the ability to open up educational institutions to these individuals because they have value. So moving on to what diversity brings value to the table. So it brings value for numerous reasons, but a few main points. Number one, looking at Canada and the people that our graduates are serving. We have a diverse country, and we want to see industry leaders representing these people, representing what Canada stands for, and representing the people they are serving and the people that they are creating solutions for. So that's the main point. As well, looking at strategic vision, especially in the business world, having people who have different backgrounds are able to better collaborate to come to better innovative solutions. And we believe that by having different groups of people present in these strategic plannings, we can see better outcomes in the future for all Canadians. And we believe that through this resolution and through having administrative processes in education, we can better equip the workforce for these diverse workforces, for these diverse industries and corporations to best meet the needs of Canadians and to have the ability to move forward, making strategic visions that help all Canadians. So what have I done for you today? I've discussed that the status quo currently is that we see a lot of white males at the top of industry, at the top of corporations, leading, making this strategic vision for Canadians. And we want to see an increase in diversity in these roles, to see an increase in both race, gender, and sexuality being at the top of these decisions and leadership roles in order to create a diverse workforce and industries in Canada so we can see innovation and we can see a collaboration from different backgrounds and different points of view. And that is why on side government, we believe that we need to elevate the underrepresented in our country in order to foster this growth and innovation. Thank you.
Education. It's a really powerful tool. You know, education has the power to unite so many people from so many different backgrounds, because education is just one of those things that you really can't dispute. There's no, theological things. It's really down to the basis that unites us. It creates ideas, it creates the workforce, it creates pretty much every fundamental part of our society stems from somebody who learned something and taught it to someone else. Here's the thing. This is what education is not. Education is not a division. It's not a divider between people. And because we believe so strongly in that on our side of the house, that's why we are sure to win this debate, and I'm going to prove exactly why in my speech. So let's get into a little bit of rebuttal and just breaking down what we just heard, because I didn't really hear much, actually. So really what we heard is, you know what, there's a bunch of white male CEOs. You know what, guess what? There's a lot of female nurses who are burnt out. Why don't we talk about those people? Well, we didn't. We talked about a bunch of white male CEOs, which okay, well, we can talk about CEOs. What about every other form of education and every other sector where psychologists are more likely to be females, whatever. Sure, I'll go with it. A lot of CEOs are white males. This is a fact in our society. However, in whatever they said about, this positive factor thing being only admissible after a minimum criteria, then we're suddenly going to fix the diversity issue. I'm a little lost how we got from here to I don't know, way down the road. But sure, I'll go with it. Somehow this bill is going to solve diversity. And what were their points? Well, we value diversity in our society and that people of diverse backgrounds deserve it. That's what they brought forward. Okay, well, on a like fundamental level, like on the surface of it, like on the tip of the iceberg, it kind of looks like a good argument. Here's why it's not. So essentially they say that you have to attain this minimum criteria and then the positive factor thing comes into effect. Well, here's the thing, is that you have to attain that minimum criteria anyway. So essentially what they're already as an institution, they're already looking at what? Your grades, your volunteer hours, exactly what they said. And we agree with that. We completely agree that grades, your volunteer hours, the kind of person you are, should be at the forefront of why you get into an institution. But then after that is where we disagree, and we don't think that this positive factor thing is even necessary. So I asked them about scholarships, and they kind of like took that argument and said, well, you know, you need it, if you even use a scholarship, it's after the fact. Well, that's exactly the point, is that when you are going to different institutions and you're applying to different institutions, you're more likely to what? Pick the institution that you have the most financial help from, right? So if I'm picking an institution and my institution is saying, well, you know what, you're black or you're Hispanic, that's another positive factor, versus a university that, and a community that has built a wealth of scholarships and bursaries that actually support my education when I come from a diversified background, I'm going to choose that institution. So actually scholarships do play an important role, and I'm confused why they shot that down. So then they kind of get into this like, you know, I really want to hear why. Like, why did we need this bill? And I just kind of heard this like diversity card for like 7 minutes. And I was like, what is going on here? Like, that's not what we're even debating here today. What we really are debating here today is whether institutions should use that diversity card as kind of like a leeway, like, hey, when you got here, we cared what your background was. We cared if you were gay and you were lesbian, and this was your struggle. So they take admissions as kind of like that first point of contact into saying, well, we kind of care about you, and good, little bonus, we care about diversity, and then it's swept under the rug. And that's actually what we're debating here, is that the best way to go about valuing diversity? Or are there other better ways in society that actually address the fundamental issues that people of diverse backgrounds, whether it's gender, sexuality, or race, like we're debating today, actually come into effect? So this will bring me straight to my main point here today, which is anywhere but here. We can play the diversity card really anywhere but here in admissions. And this is exactly why. So let's talk about admissions. Admissions are calculated. Admissions are, you know, you get this grade, you have these certain academic requirements, and then you get into the program. That's it. There's so many different areas in society where we do value diversity, but when you're looking at admissions into a competitive environment, educations are one of the most competitive environments, but you seem to disagree. Actually, no. That's why I'm up here, and I'm going to get to that, because that's the problem, is that that's what you believe is the best way. But this is actually what the best thing. If we truly cared about people of diverse backgrounds, what we would care about is we would see more BIPOC counselors on campuses. We would see that people of color could actually access a counselor who wasn't white, because we know that mental health is on the rise. We know anxiety, and not at this time. And then we know that you want to talk about women and single mothers. Let's talk about childcare. Let's talk about expensive childcare that limits mothers from having to choose between staying home and not attending classes and then actually going to school. So there's so many different issues that they're just not even addressing, and they're using this blanket diversity card, and it's so unfortunate because we see that in trans communities, they have the highest level of suicide rates amongst all different minority groups. So why are institutions not, if they want to play this diversity card, let's play it right. Let's actually support people after they get through the door. Let's put our resources, our money, our time. But you know what? Institutions are hung up on admissions. And that's what side government wants you to believe, is the best way is at the start. No, we believe that the best way is throughout the journey. We need supports throughout, not just here, not just at the start. So really, at the end of the day, on our side of the house, we just believe anywhere but here. There's so many different places where, you know, we can talk about how to better diversify. But in an institution, this is just not the place. Thank you.
Well, Honorable Speaker, it's a good debate today, one that is very relevant to society today and one that is very important. And obviously, this is a multi-layered issue that we're going to get into today. And first and foremost, I'd like to say that government's proposal today is the necessary first step to achieving the goals that I believe both sides of the House have set out today. And obviously, that is more equity, more diversity, and more inclusion. And before I get into any arguments to further why we believe this resolution is that necessary first start, I'd first like to clash with the member before me. Now, there was some confusion perhaps about scholarships and the nature of scholarships. And we had already mentioned, and I just want to reiterate this point, is that there is a barrier to scholarships, as these are hidden behind admission requirements. So what we're doing is we are focusing on the very beginning, the start of that journey, which is the admission requirements. And scholarships come after. But firstly, we need to get people through the door, and then we can have a conversation about scholarships after. Now, one other thing that I want to talk about too is competitive programs. So we talked a little bit about grades and admission requirements, but obviously we kind of didn't talk about interview periods and other sorts of criteria that factor into admission, not just the grades. And these things are littered with unconscious bias and everything of the like. So if we can focus on, weighing these important aspects into those processes, then we can set the foundation for equity, diversity, inclusion in the future. Now, furthermore, just on the note of the member suggesting that, it may be better to just have more BIPOC counselors available at the university. Now, we would agree, obviously that's a fantastic scenario, long-term scenario for us. But what we're doing right here is we're actually addressing the root of the issue. Because how do we get there? Now, this is, like I said, multi-layered, and we need to have a solution. We need to have a journey start. And firstly, we need to address that root issue, and that root issue begins with people who are young. People in educational institutions are the ones that set the foundation for our future. So by focusing on them, then we can start to paint that journey and paint that image of a future that is more equitable for all the people involved. So now to get into some arguments for today. So increasing diversity in educational institutions, is, I'll take the question first, yeah.
You talked about something being the root of the issue. So what exactly is the root of the issue?
So yeah, I'll get into the root of the issue here, but obviously as our Prime Minister laid out, the root of the issue is that there is unconscious bias. There are people that are disadvantaged, disenfranchised due to the aspects within the resolution. So increasing diversity in educational institutions is for the purpose of those disenfranchised individuals, minorities, LGBTQ community members, such that they can be put in positions to achieve their personal goals while also setting the groundwork, like I said, for future generations of those same people. Now, education, we already established, is linked to economic status, and disadvantaged individuals do not receive the same quality of education, perhaps as predominantly white, middle to upper class Canadians. And in many cases, people defined as non-white do not receive the same level of attention in school due to unconscious bias and other things of the like that I've talked about. And many of them come from lower economic status families that cannot put in the time and the effort, or because of other conditions, because of work, to help with the education of the children. Now, we know that homework is a very big component of education throughout. And we know that if people come from families where they can't support them due to economic status, then obviously there's a disconnect there. We have a divide in people. And that gap is just getting larger and larger, and it's something that we want to close. I'll take the question first.
Honorable Speaker, is Side government assuming that all people of color are from low economic status?
No, absolutely not. I'm not. But we know that in society today that there is a disproportionate number of individuals that are. And that is what we want to focus on here. That's the reason we have initiatives like this. Now, like I said, these families may struggle to assist their children, and this is something that we want to help with, and we want to help the people that are disadvantaged by easing the admission requirements such that they can get better quality educations, and that these things aren't holding them back. Now, what we're doing here again is removing barriers. This is the focus of our debate today, and this is the crux of everything we're bringing to you. So why do we want to start this in schools? So school is where learning starts. School is where development starts. That paves the way to a future full of success and productivity. Educational institutions also represent the future of Canada. Future business leaders, for example. And by inserting more diversity into these institutions, we're actually promoting ideas and thoughts that translate to the establishment of more equitable diversity initiatives moving forward. Simply, if we promote environments for young Canadians, they will carry over post-graduation and into the workplace. Now, another element of this is the inclusion aspect. So why else is it important in schools? And this one doesn't necessarily apply, not at this time, apply to the individual, but this applies to other minority individuals within educational institutions. Now, there is underrepresentation of many people. And what this resolution does is it inserts more people of minorities into educational institutions, which has a positive externality on the people of those minority groups already within the institution. Now, I don't know what it's like, but I can only imagine that it can be a lonely place, unsupported place, if you're in an institution and you are a vast minority. So by inserting more people of these backgrounds into educational institutions, we're also promoting kind of everybody else. Now, one other thing to note is that I talked about this being the start. And this is a cost-friendly approach to a piece to a larger puzzle that is equity, diversity, and inclusion initiatives. And for that reason, once again, it's a great place to start because it's easy to implement. And school represents the best opportunity to meaningfully elevate individuals by developing their skills, conversely, rather than implementing this at a corporate level, where we are hiring people, just based on diversity when they haven't necessarily had the skills or the time to develop within school. So we believe that by starting this journey where we're starting it, that we are going to achieve the goals, the future goals that we want for diversity. Thank you.
I thank the member for the remarks. The time elapsed was 6 minutes, 57 seconds. I now call upon the second speaker for the opposition.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Esteemed guests, members of the opposition, and members of the government, good afternoon. I will first start by rebuttals and then move on to my constructive speech. So the speaker said that there's a barrier in these scholarships when people of color and LGBTQ people and females, when they try to apply to these scholarships, that they have a type of barrier already. But what side government doesn't understand is that there are already scholarships in place that all you have to do, the only criteria you have to do is your identity. So you can apply in that scholarship if you're a black person or if you're a person of color. You can apply for that scholarship if you're a female. You can apply in that scholarship if you're part of the LGBTQIA, and that's the only criteria that they need in that. So no grades and no that, so there's literally no barrier over there. Yeah, I think that was the only thing I need to rebuttal. The rest didn't make quite any sense. So my first constructive speech is that this motion denies other people who don't fall under this group opportunities. As I've said before, that there's already other types of scholarships that you can get without having to meet like minimum criteria like grades or volunteer experiences or all those other things, and the only criteria is that you are a person of color or you're a part of the LGBTQIA or you're a female, and that's the only thing. And an example of this scholarship is a Black Excellence Scholarship. They hold it annually, and all you have to do is just write a resume and put up your cover letter, and you get an interview, and they speak to you, and if they like how you are, and if they like what you have to bring to that school or the institution, then they offer you that. But I will take your.
So, Honorable Speaker, they talked about scholarships simply based on identity. Do we understand that to receive that scholarship money, you often must be accepted into the program?
Scholarship, but they're giving you the scholarship. They're providing for you everything you need. It's a full ride scholarship. What money do you need? Second of all, I'm sorry about that. So this motion denies other people who don't fall under this group the opportunity. Getting added advantage of another person is not fair because both people have worked hard to get into this university or into this institution. Both people have done everything they can to get into this, very high institution. So the admissions officer choosing someone just because they're a person of color or they're part of LGBTQIA, while both of them have the same qualifications and have met the minimum criteria, does not seem like a fair option to me. And if both the applicants have the same qualifications and the administration isn't sure which one to go with, since they're all the same, then you can again hold an interview and try and interview them and try to get to know them and in other ways and other factors like teamwork and my second constructive point is that with this motion, we want the opportunity, or people of color and these minorities want the opportunity to compete toe-to-toe with white straight males. We don't want just to be given that opportunity. We don't want opportunity just because of our identities. We want that when we apply into them, we get the same fair, judgment in that, So people of color and all these minorities, they don't want to just get into a university or into a post-secondary education just because they're a person of color or just because they're a part of the LGBTQIA or just because they're female. No, we want that opportunity to go toe in toe to compete with these people because we are able to just because we're able to and we have met all the criteria. So diversity is great, and that's coming from me. Diversity is great. It's the best thing that could ever happen in institutions and all that. But it's not nice, or it's not great when it's only advantageous to one group. So what have I said today? I've talked about wanting the opportunity to compete toe-to-toe with these white straight males or these people at the top, and not just being given that opportunity just because I'm a minority. And I also say that this motion denies every other person or people who don't fall under this category the opportunity to also get these opportunities. And yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity and have a good day.
Honorable Speaker, on side government, we believe that to achieve equality, we first need to implement equitable circumstances. And that is what we are trying to do here today with this resolution. Honorable Speaker, we on side government know that university is where students go to learn, where our society is born, and where our culture originates. Honorable Speaker, this is where our society is set. And we cannot set our society, we cannot set a well-rounded culture in Canada without sufficient diversity. And Honorable Speaker, what we have in place right now is simply not enough. We've talked a lot about scholarships in this debate. But Honorable Speaker, as side government has pointed out again and again, scholarships are not able to be received unless a student is already admitted to the university. This means that a student who is not admitted to the university cannot apply for a scholarship, even if it is a full ride, not at this time, and receive it, because they do not have access to that institution. Honorable Speaker, what we are trying to do here today is we are trying to provide members of disadvantaged or traditionally disadvantaged communities with these options for admission so that they can apply for scholarships, so that they can receive these benefits, and so that we can have a more well-rounded and more diverse Canada, a more well-rounded and more diverse industry. Honourable Speaker, as one of the members before me on side opposition pointed out, scholarships do exist that take into account things like race, sexual identity, gender. Honourable Speaker, we already have this precedent set in our educational institutions. This is simply allowing for more diversity to occur. This is not a bad thing, Honourable Speaker. If a student is able to meet the admission requirements, whatever they may be, the base admission requirements for an institution, which I will add are different than the program requirements, this allows them to compete for more, potentially more desirable, more profitable, or more meaningful to them programs, Honourable Speaker. Admission should not be based on grade alone, and we on side government would like to see a society in which people have the same opportunities leaving educational systems, but the member would disagree.
Honourable Speaker, side government states that this bill will only apply for individuals already meeting the base admission requirements, but not the base program requirements. Are there any suggestions that the bill will also apply for individuals affected by the bill?
I understand your point, thank you. So, Honourable Speaker, on side government, the base admission requirements that we are talking about are the institutional requirements. So this is the requirements that get a person into the system. So when you apply for university, you are saying that you have either met educational requirements, so you have a grade 12 education, or you have experience that balances that out. You do not have to have those sort of academic achievements if you have enough time under your belt, Honourable Speaker. So there are alternative options for those sort of base admission requirements. This does not limit anyone, Honourable Speaker. This simply adds to the potential for diversity. But continuing on, we saw from the first member of side opposition the idea of getting students access to people of color as advisors, to different assets within the institution that potentially match their own circumstance, that they can see their own values reflected in. But Honourable Speaker, how do you think people get to these positions? How do you think a person gets trained, Honourable Speaker? They go to university. If we cannot get these people into the institutions, if we cannot get them trained at a university, these people cannot be there to help the next generation of students. Honourable Speaker, we need this resolution to pass because we need this diversity in our society. On the idea of diversity in society, Honourable Speaker, we get the idea of diversity of thought. Institutions are traditionally places where people go to share ideas, to congregate and share information, and to question each other, to question their own values, their own opinions. And Honourable Speaker, we cannot do this with everybody thinking the same way. We need more diversity in our institutions. That brings us to a point that was brought up by the first member of side opposition, and I quote here, "Education is not a divider to society." Honourable Speaker, if education is not a divider to society, then why do scholarships like identity scholarships exist? Why do we have populations that cannot currently attend institutions, that cannot currently attend universities? Honourable Speaker, it is because education in our country has traditionally been and will continue to be a divider if we do not do anything about it. We are trying to do something about it on side government, Honourable Speaker. Continuing on, I would like to talk a little bit about the idea of education in terms of experience and what our current employment field looks like, Honourable Speaker. Our companies are trying to hire students. They are trying to hire people coming out of university who meet these diversity requirements, who add more diversity to their institutions. Honourable Speaker, if we do this in businesses, we should be doing this in education first. Because if we can do this in education, as our second speaker pointed out, we can train these people. We can get people the proper education, the proper training that they need to go into industry, to give them more options right off the bat. They do not have to be tied to one specific company. We are providing more options and we are providing more opportunity, Honorable Speaker. That is really what this debate comes down to today, is the idea of opportunity. So what have I done here for you today? Well, I've talked about why we need this resolution to pass, Honorable Speaker. On side government, we believe in elevating the underrepresented. Thank you.
I thank the member for their remarks. The time elapsed was 6 minutes, 58 seconds. The third opposition speaker will now deliver the last speech opposing the case.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me read you again the motion today, word for word. This House would grant educational institutions the right to weigh race, gender, and sexuality as positive factors in admission. Yet they never defined how exactly this would work, how exactly this could avoid the discrimination that could directly stem from this bill. Additionally, side government brought up in their first speech several factors that really aren't even related to what this bill would affect. They discussed that there's a saturation of white males in Canada, and yet their bill does not directly change how many CEOs there's going to be in senior positions. This bill simply seeks to give certain individuals an advantage over others. Additionally, their first speaker brought up that the proper industry availability was a key focus of this bill. And when I hear the words industry availability, it sounds like side government simply wants to prepare employees to be ready for the industries in Canada instead of actually educating them for their own benefit, as we at side opposition would like to see. Preparing good employees for the workforce should not be the focus of post-secondary education. Preparing good people for our society should be the focus of post-secondary education, and that is why we so proudly oppose this bill. Additionally, side government brought up in their speech that diversity is better to equip the workforce, and yet they didn't directly state how this bill would increase diversity. Additionally, they said that their strategic vision would help all Canadians, and we would see innovation and collaboration, yet none of this was shown. There was zero proof of any of this, and none of this was described in any actionable form, and there was no plan put into place about how this bill would directly affect those things, and thus those points did not stand. Additionally, the side government repeatedly stated that there are no scholarships available for individuals not currently accepted into a program, but there are millions of scholarships available for high school students who have not even yet applied for the university experience. Additionally, side government stated that the scholarships would not be available should that individual not be accepted into the program, which, yes, that's how scholarships work. They're meant to pay for your tuition. Of course, you're not going to get the money if you don't get accepted. Additionally, I'll take your point of interest. Honorable Speaker, I would like to answer that question with a metaphor. Side government seems to want to fix a leaky roof by placing a bucket under the drip. That is simply not the way things should be done. We can't fix the problem by simply sweeping it under the rug and hoping it goes away. In terms of scholarships, the scholarships exist to create equity from the beginning. The scholarships are there to fix the system before admissions, even though side government repeatedly stated that admissions were the start of the process and then contradicted themselves by saying elementary education was the start of the process in their second and third speeches. Additionally, their second speaker stated that this was a necessary first step. But a necessary first step for what? What is this the first step towards? Towards increased inclusion and diversity? Side government set themselves no burden of proof, and so we can only assume that this bill is to increase inclusion and diversity, and yet they failed to prove how. They stated that unconscious bias would be targeted by this bill, but replaced with what? Conscious bias? How can we favor one group instead of another and have no bias? Additionally, side government said something that simply did not sit right with us at side opposition. They stated that poor socioeconomic status and individuals thereof could not put in the time or effort, and I directly quote, to support individuals and their children choosing post-secondary education, which we believe simply isn't true. Time and effort is not something that individuals of poor socioeconomic status lack. It is money and opportunities, not their time and effort, and saying so is a disservice to these individuals. I will take your point of interest. Effort is not correlated to money, Honorable Speaker. Effort is a matter of perseverance and determination. It's not a matter of a number on a spreadsheet or in a bank account. Additionally, their third speaker said that this would create equitable circumstances. But for who? When the process that they describe in their bill starts at admissions to post-secondary institutions, does the equity also there just start at post-secondary? Do we not care about pre-secondary education? Do we not care about elementary education? Do we not care about the actual fundamental issue? Do we only care about the drip going through the roof? Additionally, they said that scholarships in this case were not able to help with equity. And yet scholarships are directly able to do this because they are targeted. They are not a blanket bill with a misguided direction. They are not a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound that side government seems to want to provide. I will take your point of interest. Absolutely, and thank you for your question. Honorable Speaker, the entire process of an individual's life leading up to the post-secondary experience will affect their ability to get into a post-secondary institution. It's not just the numbers and their grades when they apply for post-secondary education. It is their life that leads up to that point that creates these disparities and the issues that we actually should be trying to solve instead of trying to fix it with a blanket bill. Additionally, they stated that base admission requirements can be met and were required to be met with this bill, and yet they also state that this bill would reduce admission requirements for individuals applying for post-secondary, and these statements directly contradict, and therefore that point does not stand. Additionally, they stated that experience can balance out admission requirements in referring to the program requirements, which also contradicts their statement that this bill is creating equity by supporting individuals in certain backgrounds, such as sexuality, such as race, such as gender. But if experience is what actually supports it, that simply contradicts. We at side opposition are so happy to oppose this bill because this is not the fix we need.
there were two main themes in this debate. Firstly, what already exists and what is the best way to move forward? And somehow, in every single speech, the same thing was said by side government, which is, well, there's a lack of diversity, we need this. That's not an argument. That's just like a fact, you know? There's not a lot of diversity. There's more white people than people of color in Canada. Oh my goodness. That's not evidence. It doesn't support anything. It doesn't tell us how this bill actually comes into effect. What it actually takes away is how far we've come. You know, it takes away the fact that in 2023, we're still saying, well, at least universities can make their admission process better. Like, that's kind of our starting point in 2023. I mean, that seems sad, honestly, because the education industry is actually a multi-billion-dollar industry, and they don't have enough money to give us BIPOC counselors because that's somehow not the issue, but we want a better workforce, but don't care about these people enough to give them better mental health. I mean, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me, but sure. What exists right now? Well, we see a system that does have flaws. And the truth is, unfortunately, the scholarship thing has kind of taken a lot of precedence, and I don't really want to bring it back, but I have to. The reason why is because there are actually millions of scholarships given by individuals and organizations that are outside of institutions. Institutions, yeah, they give some scholarships, but there's so many scholarships available to individuals before they even reach an institution. So why is that the case? The case is that we understand that there is a lack of equity when it comes to education. But there also has to be an implementation of equality. And we believe that on that stand, we are so firm on our side of the house that when you enter into an educational institution, that equality must be there. We must come to a consensus that you need these things to enter this institution. Why? Because education is competitive. Why are we acting like education is just this flimsy kind of structure, especially at the post-secondary level? But at post-secondary level, it's more crucial than ever, and it also puts people of color and people of different genders or sexualities in a box. It says, well, because you're this, and you were born this, and you feel this, you therefore get this check mark. What? That's the opposite of what people of color and these people want to feel. These people of color and these people with different identities and stuff, they already understand that they are a complex individual. Yet we just kind of degraded their standpoint and said, well, because you're this, you get this. That's not the point. The point why scholarships and bursaries is so essential in this debate is because we understand that equity factor, and it's already been addressed in our society. So really, there's just been so much said, and the only thing that really came out of side government was we need a better workforce, we need more opportunity, we need innovation and collaboration. There's a lack of diversity in our society. Well, this room proves that there's not, because there's clearly so many people in Canada from so many different backgrounds. And we can't put them in a box by starting at the very standpoint of admission. And the thing is that it's so unfortunate that this is what they think is the best place to start, because clearly they've never listened to people of color or people of different backgrounds, because this is not the place to start. The place to start is actually in bettering and ensuring that people of color and people of different backgrounds actually have the ability to be safe, to be heard, and to have an institution that actually cares about them. So let's focus on that and focus on the future and what that really means. For those reasons, and the reason that we're so strict on equality and what equity really means, we've won this debate.
Thank you. The time elapsed was 4 minutes. You will now hear the proposition reply speech.
Honorable Speaker, side government has absolutely and unequivocally won today's round. And before I get into why, I would first like to state one failure of side opposition is that side government was never presented with a burden today, something that is the duty of side opposition, and we did not receive that. But nonetheless, we proceeded with our points, and I'll get into those. So the first thing that I want to talk about is scholarships. And we batted this point around a lot. And side opposition particularly talked about this in depth in all three of their speeches. Rather than explaining why they believe this resolution is wrong, they spent most of their time talking about scholarships. And we inside government, we like scholarships. We never said we don't like scholarships. But we need a different starting point of this journey that side opposition had talked about. And that starting point is the admission requirements that we're trying to address with this resolution. Because a journey without a start isn't a journey at all. And we need to elevate people by focusing on that root issue and starting at the beginning. Now, one thing that we talked about in the beginning with our first speaker was barriers, unconscious bias creating barriers, how the status quo is characterized by underrepresentation, how we want to uplift traditionally disadvantaged individuals by promoting equity and equality, that we value diversity as it's a representation of better community, and we want to implement strategic plans to promote this moving forward. Another thing that we talked about is that this is obviously a multi-layered issue. We need that starting point. We need that first piece of the puzzle that we can connect to a bigger picture in the future. We need a cost-friendly approach in the beginning, something that's easy to implement. And by enacting this resolution, we are promoting those diversity in educational institutions, targeting future leaders who grow in those more diverse environments and translate those experiences and learning to their workplaces, setting the pathway, setting the journey for a future of equity, diversity, and inclusion. Now, furthermore, we're promoting diversity to make a more comfortable space for those individuals already within the educational institutions. And what we're doing here is we're doing this resolution to better set people up for success. Because in educational institutions, that is where learning occurs, that's where development occurs. That's where we have these environments that set people up for the success of their future. We believe that this is better. This is a better resolution than if we were to just do hiring practices based on diversity. Now, our third speaker talked about how the status quo is not enough, and that we cannot help the next generation unless we get people through university. We also touched on diversity of thought and how that leads to innovation and how that fosters positive environments moving forward. Education is a divider to society, and we want to mitigate that. We want to focus on the root of the issue so that we can build on that moving forward. We start at the bottom with long-term implications of having less white male CEOs, having more proportionate representation in higher levels. Now, I already explained that economic status forces people to work longer hours at low-income jobs, which takes time and the ability to put an effort away from them. And effort is also compromised due to fatigue. This point falls on our side and is representative of the issue at hand. Now, side opposition cannot say that something must be done and then criticize us for even trying. Elevate the underrepresented. Thank you.
Hello. Is there a switch on here? Hello? Hello. 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 Hello.
empower workers while curbing the government injustices. For the sake of workers, Canadians, and a democratic process, side proposition is very proud to support. What will I do today? First, I would like to start off this round by defining the terms for everybody to work on. Then I would like to talk to you a little bit about the nuance that is included in the information slide. Then I'll give you the first and second pillar of the side proposition, being how the status quo is undemocratic and discriminatory. And then finally, the third pillar you'll get from my partner, and he'll talk about the increased quality of service if this motion was passed. So let's start by defining some terms. We think this House should be asked Canada. Essential services are services such as teachers, nurses, essential services. Making this legislation illegal would look like making it illegal to force a back-to-work legislation that exists under the status quo that the government can employ. What is the status quo? Under the status quo, employees under the public sector union, they're of course allowed to strike, they're allowed to go on strike, but what often ends up happening is that governments mandate for them to go back to work, lest it was illegal, things that we have seen, and that illegality turns out to be in terms of fines or sometimes even prison sentences. What will change this too is that the governments will not be able to force them to go back to work. A nuance that I'd like to talk to you about is that as is included in the motion are these efforts to move towards a more democratized and to force to prevent the government from being able to implement this sort of legislation is a grassroots movement. What does that mean? That means that the public sector employees under the status quo themselves recognize the importance, and so it is only rightly just that we empower them. Next, let's talk about the undemocratic and discriminatory practice that is the status quo. Panel recognize public sector employees historically and in the most recent examples have never striked in bad faith. Strikes are always going to be the last resort option, and they're always employed when the government forces these public sector employees to have no other alternative. It is the last resort nuclear option because both the strikers and the people impacted by the strike hurt. But it is the best mechanism in that specific case. However, let's look at the actions of governments. Governments historically have both negotiated and acted in bad faith, including forcing and trying to use the threat of a force to go back to work to force public sector employees to accept a bargain that they otherwise would not accept. What does this do? This legitimizes the exploitation of public sector employees. It tells them, though, that I think everybody in this debate is going to agree that the work that you do is extremely important. Without the work that you do, we think that Canadian life is going to be impacted and disrupted in a very significant way. What you cannot do is stand up for yourself. What you cannot do is negotiate to the fullest of your ability and use the most powerful tool in the collective bargaining kit, being the option to strike. If anything, we believe, under side proposition, that due to the fact that these are public sector employees, due to the work that they do, that they should absolutely have the right to strike because of the nature of their work. Let's examine the long-term harm. For that, we'll look at the healthcare industry. We think that in the healthcare industry, specifically looking at nurses and orderlies and other administrative staff, wages have been constant over a long time. The cost of living has gone exponentially up. However, you know what these employees can't do? These employees cannot negotiate with the government to increase their wages to a living and a fair system because every single time they have tried, the government has forced them to go back to work. But you know who can strike? People in the private sector. And you know what the conditions in private sector for the same professions are like? Much, much better. So it's no surprise to anybody that public sector employees, people that we need, are categorically very important for the function of our economy and our way of life. Those people are forced to go and private join the sector, which is why we see such a further compounding effect on institutions such as our healthcare. Let's look at a recent example. For example, the Toronto education workers or the GTA, the Ontario workers, the support workers staff. The government's bad policies, their bad policies, made people suffer. And when people chose to strike because the government would strong-arm them and not listen to their opinions, the government forced them to go back to work without changing the status quo to a significant degree. And this is the case that you get over and over when you actually examine how governments and these actors tend to behave. Another example, postal workers 2-3 years back. Government mandated that they go back to work without really changing the status quo or the things that they were complaining about. A unique harm. Governments often politicize the public sector employees and their strikes. Why is this uniquely bad? Governments always turn a showdown into these public sector employees into a political theater to gain political clout. What does this do? The very dangerous thing that this does is that it villainizes public sector employees. The government portrays these individuals as, look, they're demanding so much more. They want so much more money. It's absolutely not fair that we're able to give them. Oh, suddenly they want a month and a half of paid leave. Oh my God, they're crazy for that. Instead of, wanting to go from $22 an hour, they want to go to $25 an hour. Oh my God, we absolutely cannot do that, otherwise we'll break our piggy bank. I'll take this one. Thank you. It's really interesting that you bring that up, because historically, the only time that this has happened in the public sector employees, oh wait, never, because the government always forces them to go back to work before you even get to that point. And we think that if these people are able to hold out that long, power to them. The government should listen to their demands, because historically they've never asked for anything that is outrageous, nor are these people going to ask for anything outrageous, because these are public sector employees. These are the average workers. These are your teachers, these are your nurses, these are your firemen, these are your postal workers. These are the average Canadians. They're not asking for such outlandish demands that the government cannot ever possibly agree to. The motion specifically prevents turning it into political theater and actually engage with the demands of the employees, which we think is going to bring out the best in both sides of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this day, what has this debate really boiled down to? Recognize the importance of striking. Exactly the idea that only when the lives of the average person are impacted in a negative way does the government at all have an incentive to do something about it. Under the status quo, the government has no incentive, which is why they're able to force them to back to work in these horrific conditions that they want to get out of. We have seen minimal change that under the status quo, that with that threat to go back to work, minimal change occurred in the lives of these public sector employees, while living cost has risen, but the government punishes these people for wanting a better wage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are the ones who create a better political sphere without villainization of public sector employees. We safeguard basic human rights. So proud to propose. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, panel. What is this debate fundamentally about? SAG government would have you think this debate is about the ability to strike, when in actuality that is not the case. We already are able to strike under the status quo. We are already able to strike. Trade unions are already able to negotiate with the government and their employers. And additionally, this system has continued to work to increase the quality of life and the quality of employment for individuals and unions. That is why today, Canada and Canadian unions have some of the best working conditions among modern unionized worlds. Additionally, the bill that SAG government proposes today is a bill that would ban legislation that would encourage or dismiss extended striking. What this looks like is a complete change from the status quo, and there's a reason why this is not a good idea. As SAG government so eloquently said themselves, there has been no extended strike to the amount that we have discussed in terms of months or years in recent memory, and they told us why that happened because the government has stepped in. Now, Honorable Speaker, why do you think the government has had to step in these cases? The government has had to step in because the individuals striking are an essential service businesses, and when a union is large enough, and when the service they offer is important enough, the power dynamic is unbalanced. I will take this one to recess. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I believe SAG government misunderstands how a negotiation works. In a negotiation, one side presents their demands, the other side counters, and then typically they meet in the middle. It is unusual in these situations for a union or an asking party to get everything they ask for. That is simply unrealistic, and this bill would not change that. Additionally, I will not take your point of interest. Additionally, the imbalance of power that this bill would create will have disastrous impacts on the Canadian economy and on the state of our essential services. Imagine if employees, such as teachers, such as doctors, these unions were able to strike indefinitely. What happens if, again, they don't get what they want? They have no reason to give in to some middle ground. They can simply continue to strike forever, and our hospitals will shut down, our essential services will shut down. Is that really what we need? We need a balance of power in any negotiation for there to really be fair discourse. SAG government would have you believe that this is not the case, but in all negotiations, one side must not contain all the power. I will take one of your points of interest. Not at all. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The demands that public sector employees are making are not necessarily unreasonable, but it is important to have a fair balance of power when negotiating. If one side has all the power, it's not a negotiation, it's a hostage situation. That is the difference. We believe that strikes are fundamentally important for Canada. They give us the democratic rights our workers observe today. But if these workers have all the power and they can simply make demands indefinitely, where is the end to this? The world we live in right now affords workers a wonderful quality of life, the ability to strike and bargain for their own working conditions and wages, and we do not believe this needs changed. This bill is misguided and misdirected. Side government would have you believe that we are undemocratic in the status quo, but that is simply not the case. Government negotiates with trade unions in a democratic process. When trade unions are unable, or employee unions are unable to negotiate or settle on a middle ground, that is when this legislation is enacted. And that is why we need to maintain the status quo. We should not be changing things when we don't know what will happen when they break. Additionally, the right to strike is again already available. Side government would have you believe that they are somehow protecting the right to strike, when regularly we hear about striking in the news. We see individuals striking to better their rights. Why do we need a bill that will further this protection when this system is already working? Additionally, the work that individuals in public service or essential service industries outside government targets this bill at is extremely, extremely important. They seem to think that individuals, though, in private sector positions shouldn't be given the same power, and additionally, that they would suggest that the public sector... I will take your points of interest. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. To answer side government's question, I'd have to take a look at the difference between teachers' salaries in Canada and America. The difference in wages and workers' quality of life, the difference in vacation time between these sort of countries. The benefits we have here are immense already. Additionally, side government seems to think that the shutdown of these strikes is just due to a showdown between political powers, how it's a battle for political clout. This is simply absurd. The government shutting down excessively long strikes with unions that are unwilling to negotiate is not about political clout, it is about maintaining the functioning of our society that we all depend on every day. We have seen the disastrous effects that extended strikes can cause. We have seen what happens, for example, when garbage unions strike for months at a time, or what happens when teachers are unable to strike, individuals and then not finding childcare because their children aren't able to attend school, and a variety of other related issues. We on side opposition support the rights of these essential workers, but we believe there should be a limit. Extremism is the issue, not the right to strike. To everything, there must be limits. And on side opposition, we do not like the unlimited nature of what side government is presenting. A society like ours is based off of the rules that hold us together and maintain order. Without these rules, we are like to fall into chaos, and that is not a world we at side government support. Do we want to cross that line? I ask you that question. Thank you.
exactly what we claim the government does, which is vilify these public sector workers. They think they're going to keep demanding more and more and more and more, but we've seen historically that public sector workers typically do act in good faith. Whenever they leave, let's say nurses leave the hospital to strike, they always leave a skeleton crew to make sure that the hospital can still function. And that is the key mischaracterization, is that they're leaving like the public completely exposed, but that's not true. They leave skeleton crews, they don't ask, they even conceded that workers ask for reasonable requests, and yet I'm asking them, why does the government not meet the request in the status quo? And also they talk about power dynamic, that the workers will have this huge power over the government, but I want to bring to you this. What kind of power dynamic is it when the government can literally make it illegal for you to strike? Where is the power there? We would say it's on the government, and and that is why we want to making legislations against striking illegal, because we think it gives too much power to the government. Okay, now I want to get into my main argument, and it's that it decreases the quality of service in the industry. Okay, what do I mean by this? So first of all, think about it like this. When workers have to work long hours in bad conditions, with sometimes not the greatest wages, the quality of their service goes down. That's just like human nature. When you're working in an environment you don't like, when you're being mistreated, when you're not being like given fair like wages or hours or whatever they're striking over, the quality of service will go down. Like even unconsciously, it will go down. These workers are not they aren't wanting to give their full capacity because it's not fair, and we think this is bad for everyone. Workers, means they don't get to advance their career, means customers / clients are getting a worse service, and it's bad look on the public sector in Canada. And we think this can be extremely damaging when it comes to stuff like healthcare and teaching, right? When like teachers and nurses want higher wages, or even reasonable wages for that matter, better vacation and other stuff like that, and they go on strike, but it is made illegal and they are forced to come in, we think that's damaging because they are now working in a system which they don't like, and we think that people like kids or patients in the hospital are getting the shortest end of the stick in that regard. First of all, that is not what was brought up in your speech. You said they go back to work, and you said a middle ground is typically tried to be reached, but my first speaker here said that typically it actually isn't reached. So we fundamentally disagree with you on that claim that they're reached. Okay, so now let's look at some of the impacts that this actually has on the public sector. We can see that people are fed up with stuff like healthcare, with stuff like teaching, the conditions, the stress, the constant working, right? And we see there are people who want to leave these industries, these already somewhat weakened industries, the healthcare industry in Canada, right? It is very overworked, and people leaving it is the very last thing we want. What happens in the status quo is the government does everything it can to make sure people enter the public sector, but they don't do enough to fund and make sure that the careers in the public sector are good and worthwhile. That's the main problem. The government does... Yeah, we think in general, the government is encouraging people to go into essential care without giving them the proper treatment to actually stay there long term, and we see this as a bad effect. Long term. Okay, now, yes, I'll give you, I'll take a few hours. Okay, so first of all, a few things there. You're directly ignoring the statement I said within like the first minute and a half of my speech. that nurses do leave a skeleton crew. You're fundamentally ignoring that. And you're also fundamentally ignoring something you said earlier in the speech, which is that, first of all, they haven't been able to strike for that long and normally wouldn't because the government keeps shutting them down. But when it comes to a point of like 3 weeks, we can see that the government is not meeting their demands, at which you ceded were reasonable demands. The government is not meeting reasonable demands, yet you're continuously vilifying them as if they're going to keep using this system and take, 3 weeks on strike. We think this is just like completely inaccurate what's actually going to happen. Okay, now I want to get into my accuracy analysis. All right. So first, in status quo, workers are worked into the ground and are not given a way to protest these positions of being exploited. We think in our world we'd give them a way to safeguard their jobs and a way to fight for fair wages and fair hours. And we want to remember that previously, public sector employees have not acted in bad faith, and we do trust them as they've let these skeleton crews, and we just all around they've acted in good faith. So they are someone we can trust not to abuse this system. We don't think they have to. Customer and client. In our world, they get better service since the staff will be treated better, have a better work environment. They can actually fight for a good work environment, which, as I alluded to earlier, increases their service. And it helps the government because, in our world, the government doesn't have a tyrannical hold over them, and they can fight against mistreatment.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Saskatchewan Manitoba, the way. There's always a better way before that. And I know that side government talks about that as being the last resort, but that's not true. There's always a better way before that. And that's in the extreme. Back to my point. If this strikes still escalate to riots and all that, this damage the property, the same things in the extreme side, the strikers are hurt, and even in the most extreme end, in the most extreme end, if the police do get involved, police death and all that. With the strikes, when these essential workers are striking, no one is really benefiting. People only get hurt in the end, and at the end of the day, no problem is solved. So what was the point of it if there's no solution to find out? And that is why today I'm very happy to oppose this motion and hope that we pass. Thank you very much.
Panel, the reason why this debate has been so messy from as opposition and is their mischaracterization of what a strike is. They go ahead and assume that all strikes are inherently extremist, that all strikes are inherently going to take 1 year, 6 months, or 3 months to that extent. And this in itself is unrealistic. We tell you 5 levels of analysis as to why that's not going to happen, as to why that sort of mischaracterization is inherently bad. We tell you first, these particular people or workers, actually people who care about their role, they're people who care about like probably the well-being of individuals in the public, and that's why they did those particular professions, despite the fact that they know the hardship that they go through those in those particular roles and whatsoever. Secondly, we believe that these are rational beings, rational enough to know when those particular strikes are destructive, rational enough to leave skeleton structures that are going to work effectively, rational enough to consider the option of go slow strikes, which are inherently working at a slower pace so the government gets peace and ends up like inherently serving most of their needs. And lastly, these are people who lose money by not working. This essentially then means they have incentives to actually go back to that particular workforce, and they won't inherently stay for like 3 or 6 months or whatsoever that you want to claim. But then again, we believe that unions existing is an accountability structure that will ensure that these particular individuals do not exert the level of harm that you want to claim is exerted by nurses going on strike. But lastly, we've seen historically these people have acted in good faith. It's the government that's sort of messing them up, and that's something that we feel that's sort of unrealistic and you fail to characterize. But then you go ahead and allude to the fact that strikes are inherently riots, they're full of protests, and these people will destroy property. And come on, when people go on strike, they go home. They don't go to the streets and start sort of demanding and destroying the property of governments and whatsoever. There are peaceful strikes all over in the rest of the world, not only in Canada. And these individuals, they don't inherently destroy and burn state house and whatsoever as you want to claim. Then you go ahead and talk of how these workers are in essential roles and that they are too important to go on strike. That's what you allude throughout your whole argument. The fact that these are not human enough, that the public needs are supposed to be met before their needs, and these particular individuals then probably should go through whatever shithole that they're going through simply because you think that their roles is too important. We tell you that first of all, that overlooks the fact that they're humans and that they need most of their needs to be met. They are within the same economy that the rest of the public Canada is sort of within. Secondly, that implicitly legitimizes the sort of working conditions that we've seen them go through, and that makes it even harder for them to demand for most of the things that they would want to have in those particular workforces. And that sort of makes it a trade-off sort of argument where you trade off giving more money to these particular industries and workers at the expense of the public, which is not the case, panel. And before I proceed, I'll take your point. Well, we are okay with them not picking up the whole total amount of work that they're not, that the rest of the people are not working on. And that's essentially the role or the whole purpose of that particular strike, to make the government feel the pain, to actually meet your needs. And that's something that we're okay going by. But secondly, such sort of attitudes actually make the public think that this particular individuals going on strike is bad, and that they end up vilified and they end up being mistreated in their workforce, essentially by this general public that they are serving, and that's something that we regret in today's debate. But lastly, we think that the government lacks incentives to actually cater for the needs of these particular workers when they go on strike. Why? They already have structures like the law and whatever that they can use to publicly stop that particular act of like striking or and force them back to work. And at a point where you have such level of power, such level of like access to sort of control the whole situation, then you have no incentives to care about what the demands are. You have no incentives to come to a middle ground and think about the best win-win situation for these particular people and the government and the public. And at that point, then we believe that that's detrimental. And before I proceed, I'll take your point. Well, that point of information comes from assuming that, first of all, strikes are effective and strikes are working on. And secondly, it goes ahead and asserts the fact that the government is not in control, quote unquote, and that it doesn't have enough power to actually influence what happens with these particular workers and their unions. And that's something that we feel is mischaracterized in today's debate. But essentially, the reason why side opposition cannot win in today's debate at all is their lack of their mischaracterization of what strikes look like, their mischaracterization of the workers' conditions, and how they go ahead and think that then these particular strikes go on for a very long time, and that strikes already are effective, and therefore we do not need to change those particular structures. But before I proceed to how our point and our case is the strong alternative here, I'll take your point. Thank you. The fact that we have a legislation that stops strikes from happening is what makes strikes not effective. Not that strikes are not effective. They can be effective, but this legislation itself is what is not making these strikes effective. And that's why we believe, and that's why we're actually debating this particular motion today. But then, why then do we take the debate? We talked of how the governments are already seen to be acting in bad faith. We've seen how they use legislations and other structures to actually control what happens within these particular essential services. And secondly, we talked of, we've given examples of how they've been exploiting this particular workforce and essentially not coming to common ground with this particular workforce. Then we go ahead of and give a characterization of how exactly this particular workforce would essentially be more powerful, more productive if we had the option of like strike and choice at all in the first place. And since we are the side that provides an empowering choice, we're proud to win.
As the last speaker to deliver a speech today, I'm going to try to clean things up as best as possible, because it's been a messy debate. It's been a messy debate not because side opposition. It's because side government, has actually not provided us with any sort of structure to properly refute. This is why. In all three speakers, there was an overlying theme, and this is exactly what it was. Strikes are happening. They're not working. We shouldn't ban strikes. We should keep them. So they're not effective. They're still happening. Keep them. Okay, this is why this doesn't work, and this is why we are so proud to oppose this motion today. The reality is that the striking system has gone on for, as they say, historically all eternity. Sure, what we're seeing in this past year, let's look at examples like the convoy freedom, where we did see a great plight. Yes, it's not a strike, I understand, but let's just take that at the surface level. It was a plight, a good plight, and then it broke off, and we saw instances of Islamophobia. We saw instances of racism. We saw instances of anti-Semitism. So the reality is that at the heart of some of the best things that we think in society are so good, they are still flawed. Why? Why? Key issue is because in today's society, more often than not, people come with strong bias. So they hop on a movement, they hop on this issue of like, hey, let's say I want more rights, I want to be paid more. But the reality is that we're seeing this increasing trend from leftism and rightism, extremism. So what's to say that some of that won't come into use? And clearly it seems like side proposition has something to say, and I'll tell you what they're here to say. What they're going to tell you is that, well, okay, you guys are going really, really extreme. That's why rules are in place, so that we don't go really, really extreme. That's the whole idea. The whole idea is, if a system isn't working, why are we promoting it? And they are. They're saying the system isn't working, but then they're promoting it. And I'm just so confused, not at this time. I'm so confused why this is the case and why we're still debating this, why I have to spend my whole speech talking about this. So that's fine. So it's a system and it doesn't work, that's cool, great. So really, what are we debating? Like, what is this debate about? This debate is actually about what happens next. What are we talking about in the future? What happens? I'll walk you through two main themes of examples I think here. I'll walk you through the school system and I'll walk you through the healthcare system. And I'll actually outline what's going on, because it seems like government actually doesn't really live in Canada, I guess, because it doesn't feel like they understand the healthcare system and why it's so systemic and flawed at this moment in time. So I'll walk you through that. Let's start with healthcare. Why is the healthcare system at a large burden right now? Is it because people aren't getting paid enough? Or is it because there are larger issues at hand? And we believe that there are actually larger issues at hand. It's not really about, it's not all about wages. So if we want to talk about healthcare system, let's talk about it. So really what's going on is after the pandemic, we saw from people around the world a disagreement in what? In values. We saw people disagree with masks, disagree with getting the COVID shot and instances like this. Instances like this that put people in the healthcare system at an ultimate burnout. And that burnout was actually what caused them to want to strike. So let's actually look at the heart of that. Why are we going to continue to allow people to strike when we know that now all of a sudden, okay, let's say I said 3 weeks, I'll minimize it to a day. If nurses don't work for a day, there is no skeleton crew. Come on, there's no skeleton crew. What's skeleton crew? If there are already such a limited amount of nurses, limited amount of doctors, a burdened healthcare system, where does the skeleton crew come in? Where does this random me, or are you just going to hire me to start injecting needles into people? I'm confused. Where did that come from? So anyway, let's go back to that healthcare example. So there's clearly, I'll take you in a moment, there's clearly this issue of so much more at hand and at stake when we come to these problems. So why do we believe that we should keep maintaining the same system? I'm confused. We've agreed it doesn't work. Why are we keeping it? But you seem to disagree. Go slow strike, I assume, is just something that just happens much slower and it doesn't happen effectively. So let's say not all the nurses just leave their job one day. It's a slow progression. So I'll take it at that point. It doesn't matter how slow or how fast it happens. When there's a minimum amount of doctors, when doctors can't even do their work because they're so exhausted, why is that not enough? Why is that not enough to say really striking isn't doing enough? There's so many bigger issues at hand here that makes it essential for us to say we need to stop striking. We need to find a better way. When we say no to striking, we're not saying no to not listening to people. We're saying there must be a better way. There must be a better way. What is that better way? And we don't believe it is to allow people to continue to strike. Let's look at the school system example, sorry. Let's walk through that really quick. So, okay, teachers aren't there, that's fine. School strikes actually usually happen for a lot longer. They typically happen for about 3 weeks. That's actually a typical length of a school strike because teachers can go for strike longer. That is true. So if that's the case, under their side of the house, they're saying, well, that's okay, that's kind of like what they've done, and clearly their demands aren't being met because they've striked before and those demands aren't being met, so then therefore we should allow them to continue to strike. Like, it doesn't make sense. What we really need is we need a better system altogether. But at the heart of this one debate, that's not what we're debating. We're not trying to recreate a system, obviously. So what are we really debating, and why have we already won this debate? Is because we've proved to you that simply our burden of proof is just to say why this is not the best case to go about. And I'm very curious in this final reply speech to see what they really tell you about what is that. Why, I mean, we've already heard so much, but why is this actually, on their side of the house, the best way to continue to move forward when it's clearly been proven as ineffective in every single circumstance?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, members of the panel. Thank you, all those gathered here today. We at Side Opposition are happy to oppose this bill for one simple reason, and that reason is because this bill is misdirected. This is not the best way to benefit those in these situations, our essential workers. We are not disagreeing that essential workers are important. Quite the contrary. We more than anyone perhaps agree how important essential workers are. And yet, when we bring up the question of strikes, side government contradicts themselves by saying both that strikes are not effective and that strikes must continue for workers to get what they want. A bill like this that is based on such fallacies simply cannot go forwards. We oppose this bill because it would not be in the best interest of individuals in these unions and it would not be in the best interest of the general public. Additionally, essential services, as described by my colleague and myself, are key to the functioning of the Canadian
workers, additionally, are not without their flaws. We have admitted that throughout our speeches, but these flaws are rooted in a deeper issue than what strikes can solve. These are systematic failings, as we have discussed in our speeches, and they cannot be solved by picketing on the side of the road. These are things that must be solved democratically, as side government has stated. And in a democratic way of solving things, would you not want open and honest communication instead of shutting down and not communicating at all? This contradiction is one of the reasons why we have won this debate today. Additionally, they assumed that strikes are ineffective and that legislation that stops strikes from happening is innately wrong. But stopping a strike from happening when it's ineffective, if anything, is benefiting the workers who aren't getting paid. As our colleagues discussed, when workers strike, they're not getting paid. How will that benefit them? Is that really in their best interests? We on side opposition believe that the best thing for employees in public service and essential employee unions is to actually fix the issue from the bottom up, not simply to try to place a blanket solution on the hole in the screen. Additionally, side government stated that when employees strike in essential service unions, they typically just go home. That's obviously not correct, and that point falls because often there is picketing. Often they have to actually stand by the side of the road, as I know has happened. They actually have to protest in these situations to make their demands met. And as side government so eloquently admitted, their demands are often not met, so the whole point of this bill is obsolete. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. Legislation to stop strikes when strikes are not working does not make sense. And we appreciate that side government kind of agreed with us on this point. The undemocratic status quo, additionally, that side government described has not been benefited by the proposed bill, as we discussed, again, because a shutdown in communication is not a democratic process. Today, we have brought to you points on why we have won this debate. We oppose this bill because it is not logical, because it is not in the best interest of employees and employee unions, and because it is not in the best interests of the public. This is not a democratic process. This is one that is flawed and not in our best interests. Thank you.
It is very unfortunate that in today's debate, side opposition fundamentally failed to understand the issue of strike. They brought it up over and over and over, beat the point to death, but they actually just could not wrap their head around the circular reasoning that they're trying to defend. What do we get from their side? We get unfounded assertions, unfounded claims, without examples, without any mechanisms, and just claims that, oh, this is what's likely to happen. We also get extreme mischaracterizations of issues. Somehow, the convoy freedom, which is by definition a militant right-wing occupation, is comparable to a strike by nurses. I don't know in which world would that happen. So let's start with that. Let's start by first of all rectifying some of those problems. Let's start with the issue of striking. Striking is important. Strikes are attempted in the status quo. Strikes do not work. But here's where side opposition failed to understand. They don't work because the government forces these people to go back to their working conditions under the status quo. That is why then they try to strike again, and the government forces them back. Because the government has no incentive to actually change anything, no incentive that they propose either. They also needed to understand at what point do people actually go on strike. They're somehow assuming that the very first thing people love to do is jump to strike. Like they said, people don't make money when they're striking. People like making money. Striking is the last resort option. You know what does happen? Everything that they're trying to claim is an alternative, such as negotiating, such as asking for better pay, such as some nebulous alternative that they actually did not tell you what it is. What actually happens when people go to strike? They've tried negotiating. Governments all the time often stall or negotiate in bad faith, as we have seen numerous examples of. They strike when the demands are met, when there is no alternative point, and their people reach at a breaking point. That's the point at which a strike is launched. It's not the very first thing that occurs in the arsenal of collective for this develop, I'm going to do two things. First, I'm going to talk to you about the status quo of what it changes. Secondly, the idea of long-term and short-term harms. Let's first start with the status quo. Side opposition identifies and agrees, everybody agrees, that the importance of these workers. They also say that they have options, no options. What did it tell you? Communication and better alternatives. Both nebulous claims without actually telling you what somehow communicating is going to solve, as if that isn't the status quo already, is failing. That's why we need to do something about this. They ignore the real-world examples that when we brought up, but rather give you an extreme outlier example of the militant convoy protest and say, oh look, it might turn into a riot, when that has literally never been the case. You know what has been the case? The government constantly forcing these people to go back to work under unjust circumstances. The governments have no incentives to fix the problem of public sector employees. For example, under the most recent public support workers strike in Toronto, they asked for a raise of $10. The government countered with a demand of $1. Of course, what kind of negotiating are you going to try and do that? By making it so the government cannot use this nuclear option and force people to go back to work, what does it actually accomplish? Panel, the government is forced to negotiate and find middle ground, something that both side opposition and we agree with. Striking, last option, find the middle ground. Government under the status quo doesn't have to find the middle ground because they can let people strike and then force them to go back to work. Okay. With that, let's talk about the long-term and short-term harms. In the short term, we agree that people might strike more. That's fine. That's a harm we're willing to take because we think, of course, these people want to be on parity, so they will be more strikes in the short term. And that's something that we're okay with and something we encourage that people can come to on par with their private sector counterparts. What actually happens in the long term? We think that in the long term, you get a new balance of power where the government is forced to purposefully interact with public sector employees, forced to interact with them and negotiate with them in a good faith basis because they know they can't just force them to back to work. Only our side actually gives you mechanisms, analyzes for you, and, for example, highlights to you why this is important. So proud to propose.